Sure to get quiet all of a sudden.
All right, if I can make sure everybody's mic is on. Everybody's mic on. Sure you got the red dot. If not, we'll call the meeting to order. We can stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have a roll call.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Commissioner Walter.
Here.
Commissioner Bunnick.
Present.
Commissioner Wetzel.
Here.
Commissioner Campbell.
Here.
Commissioner Alguier. Here. Chairman Yoder.
Here.
All present.
All right, next up, we have approval of the agenda. Do we have any additions or late additions or deletions?
I would like to move that we put our broadband project on the agenda. The reason is I just want to make sure everyone is comfortable with where we're at. And then wait a month. Or maybe that becomes the decision, but I think it deserves a discussion.
Okay, that be addressed under the DTR or?
Can't you want, make any difference to me?
I would, respectfully, I would put it down when the
You know what? So I have to leave early, could it be first?
I would put it first under administration.
That 5A.
Well, if, I don't know what your intent is, sir, but if your intent is to do something as it relates with the delinquent with tax with all the phone money.
Well, that's going to be just a discussion, so I just would like to just make sure we're comfortable with where we're at, rather than move on until next month.
It's fine.
But what decision?
What decision? Point Broadband has a contract. Unless you're wanting to break the contract, what is there to talk about?
Well, when we last left, we had offered a contract.
Well, I've already explained, we don't have a contract anymore.
Well, it may have explained to us, but I don't think we have had a discussion about that and whether, because of that, we should hire someone else or consider, or if that's anyways, I just think I probably this whole thing.
I don't,
makes
Having
sense.
discussion, we need to just decide if we're gonna have an agenda.
Yeah, we just, if you guys don't want to put it on the agenda, that's fine too.
I think it's really,
All right, so you're making
I make a motion to put it on the agenda.
put it on the agenda.
I'd say under administration, make it a capital A.
Yeah.
So would be the first thing.
Okay, do you have any more questions or additions or deletions for the agenda?
Do I have a second?
Yeah, you need a second. Support. Commissioner Bunting. Any discussion? Not, all in favor of the agenda, as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. All right, next up, we have communications administrator update.
Oh, three items. One is for the last several months, we've been working toward removing the pit toilets at both the Miles Kimberly Park and at the Old Settlers Park. We've just been waiting on for the meter at the Miles Kimberly location to be relocated. We went out and sought quotes from vendors in the county as relates to the removing of the pit toilets and demolition. We are using Cal Excavating for $7,500. We've approved the agreement with them, and they will be removed. We'll be putting concrete pads down, and we'll be replacing the pit toilets, which has been a topic of discussion and understanding for quite some time, but they will be putting back in place porta johns that will serve our needs better. So just wanted to make you an update. That'll be happening this spring. The other one, the Leland Dam Bridge project is now under construction. So they're removing the railings and things like that, but their goal is to be done by April the 1st. And last but not least, material management grant. Did submit a grant. We submitted a grant for material management on our behalf. But it's really for the 3 counties, but there's one more step that will have to be taken next year, and that we have to do separate grants. But next year, hopefully, the Grand Traverse County will bring their budget to this body and Benson County, and once you've adopted their budget, then they could submit the entire grant. But for this year, we had to submit the grant. And if we get it, then you will have to approve it, and then the money will go to Grand Traverse County for the operations. Just wanted to make you aware. So that's it.
Any questions for our administrator? All right. Not, we're on to Traverse Transportation Coordinating Initiative update. Do we have Barry? Barry?
Sit up here, is this fine?
Yep.
Right. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I was invited today to provide a presentation to talk a little bit about what we're doing at the MPO. My name is Barry Hicks. I'm the MPO program manager. And if anyone in the audience or in front is asking what is an MPO, it stands for Metropolitan Planning Organization, and we'll get into what it actually is a little bit here in the slideshow. So hopefully that question gets answered for you. We can go to the next slide. Just to give you an idea, of some of the things we're going to be walking through today. I wanted to give you a little bit of background as to what the MPO is, why it was formed, what some of our requirements are, and what some of the things are that we're working on right now, and give you a timeline for some of that stuff. The only thing on there I'm not going to discuss is the designation of the MPO, because that is something that's kind of already happened. I forgot to pull that bullet point out of the slide when I was making this, but I can briefly just state the MPO was officially formed and signed into law by the governor in October of 2023. We can go to the next slide. So to give you an idea, there's been a long-standing in the Grand Traverse area, there's been a long-standing program in place to do transportation planning activities under the Rural Task Force, which kind of covers about a 10-county region in Northwest Michigan, with some of that focus being in the Leelanau County and Grand Traverse County area. What happened is once you cross kind of a certain threshold, according to the federal law, which is, sorry, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I think it might be the next slide. Yeah, it is. So what happened is, even though we have a long-standing transportation planning activities going on in the area. The MPO is a little bit newer in the sense that we now receive a new pool of funding under federal law that allows us to apply some of that funding to various types of road projects. That's something that we were not able to do in the past in the area. So it basically means we get a little bit of an influx of funding and coordinated planning activity across jurisdictional boundaries, which hopefully going forward is going to help with the continued maintenance and improvements of road systems, as well as transit systems. We consider all kinds of different things, not just looking at roads, but also kind of, we're going to be talking a little bit about complete street ideas, things, how we can improve transportation across the region for all modes of transportation. And again, since this is just sort of kicking off a little bit over a year ago now, a year and a half, we are still kind of in the planning phases of some of those activities. So I'll go into that in a little bit here as we go forward. So the next slide, please. Just to give you an idea of the overview of the structure of the MPO, we have two committees. There's a technical committee and then there is a policy board. These are both public boards that meet generally on a once a month to once every other month basis, depending on how much activity is going on. We do keep updates with what's going on with each one of those boards on our website through networksnorthwest.org. You can go at any time and kind of check and see what's on the agendas or what's been discussed in the past. Basically how it works is the technical committee is comprised of mostly staff from the various jurisdictions that participate with the MPO. That would be like your planners, your engineers, maybe city managers, folks of that nature. And then the policy board are your policy board members, which might be township supervisors, someone from this board, the Board of Commissioners would sit on those boards to help implement any policy decisions as it relates to transportation planning in the area. So the technical committee really kind of does the vetting and that kind of thing to figure out what projects they want to do and why, and then makes recommendations to the policy board and the policymakers that have to implement some of those. So that's kind of the composition of the MPO and how it works. Also up here, that last bullet point talks about the continuing comprehensive and cooperative transportation planning process, or the 3C process. That is what we follow per guidelines from FHWA. Next slide. How did we become an MPO? Well, according to federal law, when an urbanized area exceeds 50,000, you become eligible to become a small MPO, which allows you to tap into a different pool of funding that help with your transportation system, as well as transportation planning efforts. In the 2020 census, that urbanized area around Traverse City, and I have a map on another slide coming up that'll show you what that is, did exceed that 50,000 threshold, which means we're above that minimum limit that's required to become an MPO. And then within that, you have a metropolitan planning area, which is also coming up on another slide here in just a second that I'll show you. In fact, you can go to the next slide if you want. That might explain it a little better. And the metropolitan planning area is the area that we are able to cover, spend these funds in for eligible road activities. So on the next slide, there's a map that shows all of Michigan's current MPOs. You can see them all over the state. It might be a little hard to see on that screen right now, but as you can see, our area up there and Northwest Michigan that was just recently added. We are the newest MPO. I believe the last one before us that crossed that threshold was actually the Midland area, and that would have been, I think, around 2010. when that happened. So it's been a little while since there was a new MPO that was added.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
How does an urban area grow from 44 to 52 square miles?
So the US Census will make an adjustment based on where they're seeing urbanization of different areas. So like in the next map, actually, it might help answer the question a little bit. So everything that's in that purplish blue color, it's hard to see a little bit, but if you look like into Bingham Township, up towards the top of that map in Leelanau County here, you can kind of see a thin stretch of some of that purple area that's been expanded into. How they determine it exactly, I don't have that answer for you. But they do, I know they look at like the concentration of people living within certain census blocks. So as that gets more people move into those census block and the density increases, they can become considered urbanized in the census. Yeah.
Yeah, it appears they gerrymander it to try to, they increased it by 8 square miles to get 3,000 more people. It just seems to be a contrived thing, so you get this extra money from the federal government, but I guess they do that.
Once you have the urbanized area that's established by the US Census, on the next slide, you can see the boundary, the planning boundary, which basically, if you have any urbanized area at all in your township, you're eligible to be in the planning boundary. So that's the entire area that the MPO would cover. So as you can see, a portion of it stretches, most of it is located in Grand Traverse County, but you do have Elmwood Township and Bingham Township that are included in here in Leelanau County. And some of the projects in those areas, I should probably know, when we go through the project selection process, which we're actually finishing up right now for our first, what they call a transportation improvement plan or TIP. We are in the process of finishing that to include roads that are eligible to receive those funding under the National Highway System or NHS classification system. And one of those roads happens to be in Elmwood Township, which is Cherry Bend Road, which was the project that was selected for the very first fiscal year of that program for fiscal year 26. Which means you may actually end up seeing construction in 2027. I was talking to Brendan about this a minute ago. So anyway, so let's see here. So that's the areas that are eligible. We can go to the next slide. Unless there's any other questions on areas. No. Okay, so the funding implications, under our old program when we were just part of the statewide transportation plan, the entire small urban area received about $385,000 and the STP small area program funds, and then for planning activities, they received about $23,000. Now we receive about 1.2 million, which is used for projects, for eligible projects. Again, that's road and transit projects. And about $230,000 for planning activities. And at the moment, about $140,000 for what's called the carbon reduction fund. I will tell you right now, I do not know what is going to happen with the carbon reduction fund at the moment. There's a lot of changes happening with our current federal administration. So I don't know if that'll go back into the STP fund or be eliminated altogether. But at the moment, we're told that we are still supposed to program those projects. So that's what we're doing. And then there's additional funding that, like I said, that falls outside of the urbanized boundary, which has been here for a much longer time, dating back to about 1988, which is the Rural Task Force funds that cover all of Northwest Michigan. When I say Northwest Michigan, I mean everything, just roughly speaking, from about Cadillac up to Mackinac on the west side of I-75. Just to give you a general idea of what that covers, it's about a 10 county region. So really what we're seeing is a much larger infusion of cash for road projects coming into the urbanized area, the Grand Traverse Garfield urbanized area, which was the map I just showed. The next slide shows our member organizations. Leelanau County and Leelanau County Road Commission are listed there, along with all of our other partners from the city and the townships. Beta and MDOT are all partners in this. Part of the funding for the MPO program, not unlike any other grant funding, has some type of match for the planning funds, not for the road funds. That's a different topic of conversation. Our match here is 18.15%, and all of our partners do make a contribution to that, so that we have some local dollars involved with those activities as well. I think for each jurisdiction, I want to say it comes out to about $3,400 per jurisdiction. So the next slide, this is what we're working on right now, which are the federally required documents. We have a unified planning work program in place right now. We're just making an update for fiscal year 2026. That basically talks about what the MPO is going to be doing for the upcoming fiscal year. The MTP, or Metropolitan Transportation Plan, that is our long-range plan for transportation. It kind of gives, it looks about 20 years or plus out. Because of our limited time frame that we are working in right now, we have to have one approved before July 1st. Usually programs that go through this have an entire 5-year cycle to put one of those plans together, and we're trying to do it fairly quickly. Right now, I think with the conversations with the TTCI boards is that we will draft a plan with some goals and objectives to create other sub plans that will eventually be incorporated into this. That plan has to be updated every 5 years as required by federal statute. So it will constantly be updated to reflect the long-term vision of the area. That's to say, the longer we're an MPO, the better those plans are going to get, because we'll have more time to look into transportation issues. The Transportation Improvement Program I mentioned, or the TIP, is the 3 to 4 year plan. It looks at the next 4 years, but it really only programs the next 3 years worth of projects. Those do get renewed every 3 years. And like I mentioned, the 2026 project that was selected was Cherry Bend Road in Elmwood Township. Those kind of tend to rotate around and could be in any of those jurisdictions within the maps I showed earlier, as long as it's on a road that is eligible under the NHS National Highway System that can receive those funds. So I kind of walked through some of these. You can go to the next slide. The next 3 slides really just talk about the Unified Planning Work Program, which I mentioned is our 1 year look at what the MPO is doing. The next slide, sorry to go quick, I know you have other things on your agenda. You do have these slides, I think, in your packet if you want to refer back to them. The Metropolitan Transportation Plan, which is that long-range plan that I mentioned. This just gives the requirements. And then the next one was the Transportation Improvement Plan, which is that next slide is the 3-year plan. With that, the last slide here is there's an online survey available right now. There's a rather long link at the bottom there that's hard to read. I don't know if you post the packets online or if you have them. It should be a link embedded in your packet. You can click on. You can share that to whomever publicly. We also have a survey online at TTCI's website right now. If anyone wants to leave general feedback or ideas for long-range transportation planning. All three of those documents that I mentioned, I do anticipate will be completed and approved by TTCI by the end of June. At least that is our hope, because they are all due by July 1st of this year, so that we can begin implementation of projects in the upcoming fiscal year, which starts October 1st of this year, 2025. You won't see any of those projects implemented though until 2026 or 2027 at the earliest. Physically, if you're driving down the road, I mean, you won't see construction going on yet. So that is all I had. And then I don't know if there's any other questions for me, but thank you.
Yeah, I took the survey there, and it is a good, it's a nice thing to help. And I'm hoping that we can get a corridor that goes right down the west side of Traverse City, so we don't have to go through the town in order to get to Grand Rapids or wherever we want to go. It just, it looks like a great, that would be, if this will work, it'd be wonderful if we could get that accomplished. And so I put that in the survey.
Oh, great. Thank you for taking the survey.
Campbell?
I didn't understand it under the slide funding implication. It said that it talked about a little bit of history of the rural task force, then talked about the new one. And then it says at the bottom, the funding for the rural task force will not change. I didn't quite understand what that meant.
So one thing I didn't get too much into here is so there's two different transportation activities going on at the same time here. There's the MPO and there's the rural task force. The rural task force is what we used to have that covered the entire 10-county region. That is still there. It does still cover the 10-county region. That funding comes directly through MDOT to this area in order to do projects on like the major collectors. So not trunk lines, not like your M22s or anything like that. But it might be something like Cherry Bend Road would have been eligible for that, or I don't know. Struggling to come up with a couple other examples off the top of my head.
I understand what you're making.
Yeah.
Our road commission, how are they going to be the ones who will be bidding out, and how involved are they in this project?
They're very involved. I'm not sure if you're talking about this in a minute, Brendan, but yeah.
Yeah, be careful now.
Yeah. No, they're very involved. Your director sits on our on our policy board committee from the road commission. So they have direct input. All of the counties, the road commissions, the townships, the city, all come together in these meetings to discuss projects and project prioritization for the area as a whole.
Last question, $3,400 per jurisdiction. Does that mean that Bingham Township, which has the honor of being included because of one small strip, is going to pay the same $3,400 as Grand Traverse County?
Yes, but Bingham Township is elected at this point in time not to participate in those committee meetings or anything. So right now they're not paying anything at the moment. Although they are still eligible to receive planning services under the MPO.
All right, do you have any other questions? No, thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
So now we'll follow up with the road commission. Looks like we have Brendan Mullane here and Bob Joyce.
Thanks for having us. As you mentioned, Brendan Mullane. I think I know most of you, all of you, I believe.
Bob Joyce.
I'm sure you know Bob.
I know everyone here.
Since we had that segue, can I just touch a couple of items? Of course, there's some references in our report, and I don't go into near as much detail. So thank you, Barry. Before this TTCI became an MPO, that group got roughly $380,000 worth of funds to use for planning for regional coordination. And Elmwood Township was in there a little bit. So there weren't any primary roads in that section. So Leelanau County Road Commission was never took those funds or applied for those funds or anything else. With this becoming an MPO in a slightly broader area, as you saw, it takes more of Elmwood and then a little bit of Bingham. And so we've obviously been going through the process for years to get into it. So there's about $1 million a year roughly to be used for regional planning and improvements. And with this latest tip, we're actually on there twice. So in 26, again, 29, we've got access to a couple $1 million to that. So as you mentioned about Bingham, for now, Bingham is still paying their dues annually. We've told the board, the MPO board, that we probably won't have much more roads that are eligible anyways. Basically, Bugай Road and Cherry Bend are the only roads that are realistically eligible in our county. We just did Bugaj a couple years ago. So if we can get Cherry Bend fixed, then the big focus is about getting some kind of regional corridors. We can't force Grand Traverse County Road Commission to put those projects on their list, but if they do, we can certainly support it. And I think that's a big part of why it matters. Elmwood, Bingham, you guys and us have votes at the table. We may not get funds for another decade after that, but we have a voice about the regional planning, and that's a big deal. That matters quite a bit. And our region is all about that.
I voted for
I know, and I appreciate that. Through the presentation, just quick overview of who the road commission board members. They are elected. And playing with the colors, I don't know if you can read that or not, but of course, Bob Joyce, Garth Greenan, Greg Mikowski, Jim Calhoun, and a new member we got this year, Mel Black, which you appointed. So employee numbers, of course, change, but one big thing I like to mention is that we had quite a few seasonal drivers this year, but that got us to fully staffed. We were fully staffed for this winter for the first time since I've been here, and that was good news. The photo in the background is the timber bridge that replaced what most of us call the Shoot the Tube culvert. It was a pretty bad shape. It was a group of three culverts, and our partnership with the Conservation Resource Alliance, the tribe, the Grand Traverse Band, years before I even came here in the making. So that was done last fall, and if you get a chance, go check it out. The next slide is just some graphics we get from the County Road Association of Michigan, and it's pretty small. I don't expect anybody to read it. But on the left there is the pie chart kind of showing where we get the MTF, Michigan Transportation Fund. So basically the gas tax, car registration goes into the state. It gets divided amongst MDOT and then the county road commissions, city villages. And then the small one in the middle kind of talks the breakdown. So all of the gas tax does not go to the roads. And there's actually quite a bit of talk right now, I think, our legislator about maybe changing that. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. And then the one on the right, the small one on the right, was also in last year's presentation, but I left it in there because the CRA does a big report every couple of years. It talks about the road commission statewide, all the road commissions, and they're claiming a $2.4 billion deficit, or at least what it would take, $2.4 billion to get primary roads, county roads, to 90% good fare, and the local roads to a 60% good fare, which we'll talk about that in a little bit later on. Then the bottom one is about spending. So that's statewide of county road commissions, their spending. There was some changes to the MTF in 2017. You can see there is obviously an increased spending on roads, but the goal that they have set to get there is the green line at the top. So we're still, as a statewide road commissions, we're still falling behind. We're losing ground, no pun intended. The next slide is just a quick breakdown of what we have. The number of primary, the left side is our road mileage. So 171 miles of primary, 319 miles of local paved road. And then seasonal is the dark green, and gravel's over there. And then the right just is the mileage breakdown of all the different townships. You can see Leelanau Township has the most miles, certainly not the most population. The next slide, very busy. And again, I don't expect you to read the details, but When we go to the townships for this report, we'll give them the actual spreadsheet, the breakdown of what was spent on each township by category. You kind of see which townships the maintenance money went to last year. The chip seal is the big tan one there, so that's one of the biggest items. You know, snow plowing, ditching, shoulder peeling, all kinds of stuff in there. But the next slide was also from last year. The Paiser is the way you rate your road system, and we rated it in 2023. And then on the far left is a statewide average, good, fair, poor, red being the poor at the top. And then our county primaries we're 89%. So they're there by now. We're actually at that 90% goal that the CRA sets out. The third one, which is still shaded, is our county local paved road average. We're at 75% good, fair, which again, statewide, the suggested goal is 60%. So thanks to everybody long before us, the road system is actually better than most in the state.
And we're one of the few too that have that rating. I mean, overall in Michigan, which is huge.
Yeah. And it speaks to the residents who are voting for that millage. It's a big part of that. You know, obviously there's not enough funding coming from the state. So that local maintenance millage has allowed our predecessors to do a very good job of keeping it in good shape. And then it's the townships broken down by there. I know everybody sees Glen Arbor and wonders how they get all the good roads. The reality is they just have very few paved roads that are local. But they also have had projects and provide township money for the local roads on their own. The next slide is just a report of our two major funding sources. So the red is that millage and the green is the MTF. So that's basically gas tax and registration fees. I didn't do a trend line on there, but you can tell that the green is starting to level off. Fortunately, in this county, that millage is growing and it's definitely helping. It's not keeping up with inflation necessarily, but I mean, again, you can see how much of a difference that millage makes for us. So, yeah. Next slide is what happened last year with our budget. So the actual results, the left side is the revenue and the right is what was spent on. And when we get that money from the state, it earmarks it between primary and local roads. And there's room to flow back and forth, but generally they're telling us what we should be spending it on. That's the light green on both sides. So we spent a little bit less on primary roads than we got from the state. Again, we're at 90% good, fair. So part of why. The red pie at the bottom is that millage. So if you added up the millage plus what we get from the state for local roads, that's what we spend on the local roads. They're really close to it. It's another way of showing that millage is all going to the local roads, which is important. The next slide is our budget breakdown for this coming year. And it looks awfully familiar or similar to the previous year. Again, those primary road numbers are, we're putting that money to the primary roads and putting that millage in local. And then the state trunk line is pretty much a pass through. So as that grows or comes down, I mean, it helps subsidize some of our costs, but whatever we spend on the state routes, they pay for. So that's going to change as the year goes on. The next slide is the orange is our local match. So as Barry was talking, there's all kinds of different ways that we get funding. The RTF, there is a breakdown. So a road is either in the rural section or the urban section. Historically, we've only ever used rural money. And now with this MPO, we have access to this urban money. And with that area growing, it now has Blue Guy and Cherry Bend in the urban area. So we actually need that MPO money because we can't use the rural. This is it's state funds, or excuse me, federal funds, and they have to be used on primaries. And we typically will use them on primary or Class A roads, which don't have weight restrictions as a good alternative as part of the national network of highways, basically. But a big deal is you can see in 2025, we're doing County Road 626. It's actually 2 years worth of our RTF money, but we have to match. And so it's $800,000 that the road commission is going to have to be matching for that project. Of course, we're getting just over $900,000 in federal funds to do it. But as we go through the townships, and I'm sure you guys will hear it, and we hear it too, and it matters. this is one of the reasons that there wasn't room in the budget for matching township projects. That was a big topic of discussion last year. Our board did pass a policy about matching funds, but they can't decide how much. It's a breakdown basically per township based on how much funds are available when they do the budget. Well, you can tell this year we've quite a bit of money needs to go towards that County Road 626 project. So next year, not so bad. 26. Oh, those next two are both 2026. So then that's the Cherry Bend project. 2027 is another big project, and then it's not always that bad. So there will be room to do local road cost share at some point in the next half decade, I think. I just want to show what it takes to get to access these funds. I mean, that's almost another reason why we don't have that many roads in the urbanized area, but it would be expensive to even just trying to match those funds every year. So the next slide is a breakdown of our projects on the list this year. Again, you're probably going to read it from the audience, but by all means, let us know if you have a question. I can share it with you. If you have the printout, you can read it a little bit better, but you can see the chip seal list, primary roads, the crack seal, and there's a cost in there too on the bottom right. The next slide is, there's a video here, if you can get it to work. This is a video of our chip seal operation. Something we talk about quite a bit when we come here, and I don't want to belabor you with all the details, but I had a dash cam video of it last year. I thought it was a great way of just showing what it takes to do the chip seal. I mean, our road commission is extremely efficient and effective at doing it. I don't know if the video play or not. If not. Doesn't want to go? Well, never mind. Do you need to allow permission, Lauren, maybe? Something at the top. Well, never mind. Ignore that.
Crack seal and chip seal.
Crack seal is just taking basically it's a rubber out, yeah, and they're filling the cracks themselves. So
Lots of those, that's good.
yeah, exactly.
And then we're chip sealing, then they put a coating and emulsion over top and then come across it with chips, stone chips.
And if you look at the total cost of all those projects for crack seal, it's only $100,000, but they're getting a ton of mileage done. What they're doing is filling those cracks. And then if we come back and do an overlay or a wedge, or we chip seal it, helps seal it all up. So that's usually done ahead of time. So we actually, and the board had us run some numbers a few years ago. We found that just the way it's set up, we were actually not that efficient at crack sealing with our crews. And we had a machine, and our guys were great, but when you contract out crack sealing, they've got an army of laborers and, traffic control, and that's what they do all year long. They come out there, they were way more efficient than we could be. Chip seal is one of the things that we are way more efficient. We've run those numbers, and we do that much, much more efficiently than, or cost effectively than contracting that out. So we focus on chip seal. That's what we do. It takes a lot of trucks and drivers to do it, and we have an army of drivers. So that's what the video is going to show you.
And you have a great machine.
What's that?
And you have a great machine truck to do it.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, and another thing I was talking about a little bit, thanks for leading right into that, is the equipment. You guys have it in front of you, but in that photo, there's two rollers there. And that's the last piece of the operation. And they'll roll back and forth, and they pack the stone into the tar, basically, the emulsion. And this year, the board did authorize purchase of it's one roller. It's much bigger and heavier, and it goes right behind the machine. And what that does is, it saves one less person. So these two drivers are going to spend about an hour rolling afterwards, but that machine stays right behind it. It rolls it all at once. The emulsion is hotter, the stone embeds better, and they're not tipping stone back and forth. So we think that'll be a huge improvement to the operation above what the guys are already doing. The next slide is, we've also talked a little bit about this in the last few years, but we have the GPS tracking system, same Sarah, that we upgraded a couple years ago now. And just as an example, so on January 2nd, I took a screenshot of our coverage. And as I mentioned, with being fully staffed, it really has helped us get out there and get through it faster. It doesn't do a whole lot of good if it snows after you're out there. But it does give us a chance to hit them again. So on the left on January 2nd, that was 8 a.m. is what we've covered already. And on the right was by 10:30. So most of the time, and it depends how we plan it out based on how much snow we got. But if we got a lot of snow, we're probably have gotten to all of the streets at least once, at least punched a hole through it so you can get out by 10:30, which is something we're proud of. It's one of those measurements of time to completion. And with being fully staffed and just with the way that it's set up, we're proud of it. So.
And also, if someone calls in and says, well, my road hasn't been hit, we can click on that driver and see, in fact, if he's been down that road, if he had his blade down, if he had his wing down, we know everything about, we can pull up a video to see if he's been up and down that road. So, I mean, it saves a ton. Saves a ton.
Oh, yeah. And Dave Priest, our superintendent, been doing this for quite a while, and he pretty much he knows about where everybody's going to be when they get there. But we'll all take a turn supervising a weekend for him so we can have a break. And it helps me immensely. So I don't have that in my head as much as he does. So I can pull it up and I can see, all right, this is where we've gone so far. Someone calls, I can tell them we've been there, when we're going to be there. Just incredible system. So with that, do you guys have any questions?
Just one, if you got this new roller, do you sell the other two or do you hang on to them for smaller projects?
We'll sell the one and keep the one just in case as a backup, or if we're doing like a cul-de-sac, we won't be able to do, but it'll be much more faster for the straightaways. So yes, we will be sending one of them.
Do you need one?
Yeah. It's a rubber tire. I'm sure you.
No, I just wondered.
Yeah.
It's not, how it's handled.
I can say our fleet manager, Tim Trudell, he's been here about 4 years. I think he does a very good job.
He is on top of things. Absolutely. If there's something we do not need, we do not have it. So, yeah.
He actually, years ago had sold this road commission a piece of equipment that ended up not working very well. And when he got here, we sold it to somebody else for more than what we bought it for 5 years earlier. He's very good. We have an asset management plan for all of our equipment too. So it schedules out when things need to be replaced, when we think they're going to be cost more than, when maintenance costs more than replacement. There's a lot of really good
asset management as a whole too. I mean, as far as roads, everything, so you just put a timeline.
Yeah.
Thanks for all you do. Appreciate it.
It's very much our honor.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for taking care of us this winter.
It's good to be needed this winter.
All right, next up, we are to public comments. We'll give you 3 minutes to anything agenda specific. Do we have any public comment? Yes. Okay, Downey?
Amity, Casson Township. I drive up and down M72 all day long. And I would like to thank the road commission for the great job they did, a stellar job. And we know the snow just kept coming day after day and they did a great job. And when I go downstate once in a while, you don't see it as good down there as you do here. So thank you very much. They do a great job.
Thank you. Wait.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Jim White, a Suttons Bay resident, and I want to speak briefly about 2 topics on this morning's agenda: the Point Broadband Project and affordable housing. Thank goodness the Point Broadband Project is reaching its conclusion, but my understanding is a significant expense looms, specifically a $900,000 final payment. My request to you as a taxpayer in this county is simple. Please do not make that payment until the job is thoroughly audited. Previous boards hired DCS to act as an overseer of this project, and I have been critical of that entity in the past. Now that its representative to this board has suddenly quit and left town with $400,000 of county money, I agree with the assessment of my friend Mike McMillan, who I believe most of you know well, that a complete audit of this project by an expert third party is in order. Alan Campbell has detailed the issues of the finances of this project well enough in public meetings and for the agenda today. I have also spoken with Steve Yoder about and expressed my concerns about what the county is getting for its investment, as have they. And being the new guys in town, they have the unenviable task of wading through someone else's mess. And when I ask what the specific metrics and procedures DCS has been using to evaluate the performance and quality of the Point Broadband network, I got the clear impression that they did not know. Join the club, gentlemen, because I don't know either. Despite that, previous boards have paid DCS and Point Broadband combined more than $2.5 million. My analogy for this situation is that we contracted for someone to build us a house, and now the builder, who is also the owner, is demanding a final payment of $900,000, but we have not had a final inspection of that house. Mike McMillan is absolutely right. We need an A to Z audit of this project before another penny is spent on it, including every bit of that $900,000 final payment. Once anyone has their cash, your cash in their pocket, you have no leverage or influence with them at all. So why on earth would we rush to pay for Point Broadband's asset for them? That last question brings me to my second issue. In my opinion, the Point Broadband project was unlawfully funded out of the Delinquent Tax Revolver Fund, and others in this government share my opinion. I believe that mistake was made because previous boards took on a project that was beyond their mandated responsibilities and the budget of this board. It has turned into a financial debacle. And despite that terrible experience, this board is apparently considering repeating that mistake. Policy advocates are pushing this board to get involved in providing affordable housing in this county. As with the broadband project, that is beyond your mandate, not a budgeted priority, and completely unaffordable given the county's current financial situation.
3 minutes are up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That happened the last time too.
Yeah. Any other public comment? All right, thank you. Next up, we'll go to commissioner comments. Commissioner comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I prepared some comments to make on the Point Broadband project. We've heard lots of opinions, very few facts. Alan Campbell presented a fact sheet a month ago. I call it an opinion piece. I will hold off my comments until we get to that agenda item now that's going to be on the agenda. But I think we need to remember that there is a difference between facts and opinions. And for some reason, the Point Broadband project has become a partisan issue. We should be so proud of it. And I took a look at the 8 years of work we did in planning for that project. The 20-some person committee that was put together with a bunch of experts, including Michigan Connect, and we presented quarterly reports to this board of commissioners for years. We have a website, a link with all of our reports on it. And I think when we get to the item that Mr. Campbell's added to the agenda today, we need to make sure that we have the facts before we make decisions about where we're going. And I have produced a fact sheet here that I think this is a fact sheet. I think what we got last month was an opinion piece. But I will wait for some other comments.
All right. Any other commissioner comments? All right. If not, we'll move on to our action items. Number 1, 86th District Court.
Good morning, Gwen Taylor, Court Administrator, 86th District Court. And I have with me here Craig L. Wright, who we are requesting today that the board approve as our attorney magistrate in Leelanau County. So I apologize that the judges are not able to be here this morning before you. So I am here in lieu of them being here. Just a brief introduction of Craig Wright. He comes to us with many years of legal experience. He earned his Juris Doctorate degree in 1984. Some of that experience includes work as a practitioner and a managing partner. Some of the work that he also did includes being an adjunct professor at Central Michigan University, where he taught labor law and legal principles. We are excited to have him as part of our 86th District Court team. We think that he will do great work. He's been working alongside our Chief Magistrate, Tammy Rogers, and the interim magistrate, Mike Solancic, who this board approved back in January while we were waiting to fill this vacancy. And we welcome Craig to our team and hope that this board will approve the judge's appointment of Craig as the attorney magistrate for the 86th District Court.
Commissioner Elgar,
I move to approve Craig L. Wright as the attorney magistrate for the 86th District Court.
Second.
supported by Commissioner Robbins.
We're moving to recommend
Recommend.
approval.
Thank you. Yes.
We have a motion and a second. Is there support? We have support. Is there discussion? Not all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Welcome, welcome.
Thanks.
All right, next up, we have emergency management.
Good morning. All right, so our annual report to the state about our 911 surcharge decision. Right now, the county of Leelanau collects 42 cents per line per month. That's the maximum that the Board of Commissioners can enact without a vote of the public. We've been status quo for quite a few years now. If the board were to decide to change that in any way, it would have to happen at a later date. We're too close to the deadline of May 15th in order to change it this year. But if the board would like to, we'd have to have those discussions at a different meeting. I have put before you the recommendation to stay status quo again for this, so that we can have our report in before the due date of May 15th for financial records for 911 funds and 911 statistics to the state.
Chair,
Commissioner Wessel,
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve staying status quo for the annual SMC 500 collections and remittance report and have the 911 director digitally complete, sign, and submit the necessary documents online as required.
Second.
motion made by Commissioner Wessel, supported by Commissioner Robbins. Discussion?
Just that those funds can you use those towards towers, or do they, you have to use them toward, or are they used towards personnel, your general expenditures?
The funds have to be used in an allowable way. The state does define what can be used. Typically, the funds that are given to the county for 911 purposes aren't directed towards towers, but communications is allowable. So we'd have to have further discussions in order to make sure that we were not abusing those funds.
Thank you. Not all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Matt? Next up, we have drain commission truck purchase.
One of our favorite topics. I know we've done this. Okay, we're back here again, but we have three options for you. In the cover memo that I had written, bring that back up. First option is to move forward with the vehicle from Sarah. This was a GMC Canyon. It's the price is $46,095. And the price does include an upgrade to the tire changes that we would like to have. The second one goes back to where the MI deal, which would be a 2024 GMC Canyon also. But we would have to pay for the difference of having a upgrade of the tires, which would be, so the total price there would be $46,434. Yesterday, Commissioner Robbins went out and checked with Robbins. This is a new one. This is on your desk. We could get the same year, different color. It would be red, I think, was what I heard this morning. But anyway, we get a 2025 Chevrolet Colorado, which is basically the same truck, but just not as fancy as the GMC. Anyway, the bottom line price for that truck would be $39,597.75 if you would like to take that option. I don't know about the tires, but anyway, the tires are less than $500. That's something that can be handled administratively. If you'll notice, I did not put anything in your, in the motions as relates to decals, that can be handled, $225, that's handled administratively, so you don't have to worry with that. Those are your three options you have before you. We're recommending that you waive the bid process and take whichever, if you do not want to use the MI deal vehicle. The other two, you're going to be waiving the formal bidding process to pick a vehicle. Even if you don't take the Williams, we would still say the smaller difference between the two is enough that we should go ahead and purchase locally, and we can take care of everything else from that point. So if you need me to change a few words, I'll be glad to do that. As you know, that's where we are.
Yeah, I would move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners waive the bid requirements and approve the purchase of the 2025 Chevy Colorado from Williams Chevrolet in Traverse City in the amount of, it says $39,477.75.
Second.
I just have
A
a
motion
question.
by Commissioner Bunting, supported by Commissioner Robbins. Discussion?
Does that have everything you need?
Yes, that'll work. Yeah.
Any other discussion?
And if this is a replacement truck, I wasn't always sure of that.
Yes, yes, yes.
And was the other truck shared with the conservation district? It was always just.
No, it's the drain commissioner's truck.
Solely owned by, owned and used by the drain commissioner.
Yeah. Of course, Steve wore two hats.
Yeah, depending on
So,
what happens.
yeah, right.
Any other discussion?
Maybe we should thank Commissioner for finding us a deal.
I'd like to hire
Commissioner Robbins.
I was looking for a truck.
All right, any more discussion? If not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. Congratulations, you got the truck.
All righty.
Not yet, we got one more week to go through this.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, next up, we have Parks and Rec resolution.
Next week, you will be holding a public hearing as it relates to the DNR grant application that we'll be submitting. Or that you will be submitting for the trust fund for the Veronica Valley County Park project. We're asking that you move this. This is on here so that you can move it forward after the public hearing at your regular meeting to consider the resolution.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I want to apply for the grant.
Commissioner Bunting?
Yeah, I would move to recommend the moving of the resolution of support forwarded for the Park and Recreation forward to the March 18th regular session.
Or supported by Commissioner Wessel. Discussion? Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. All right, next up for our administration, Point Broadband.
So I was the one who asked to put this on the agenda. I think a lot of this of the reply from my colleague, Mr. Wessel, was due to what I put together last time on this fact sheet. I've read the numbers and I stand by my fact sheet. I'm not sure quite how it got to be opinion since there's so many numbers in there. But I think that judging by the letters that we received back, when I said that we got ahead of the wave somehow, judging by the letters, that was interpreted that somehow I was misaligning the work that was done. And I was not misaligning the work that was done. And actually, I never got into the decision, which our consultant spent a lot of time on. to hire his firm. That's history. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that at the time that so much money was spent, I don't think anyone knew, well, I know nobody knew what grant opportunities would be available. I don't think that we had a clue how involved the federal government would get and our state government would get. And I just think if we would have waited a little bit, we would have had a better clue, and maybe this would not have been as expensive compared to neighboring counties. So I'm real happy with my numbers. Didn't change that, but and I do appreciate the work lifted. They spent a lot of time. But the reason I wanted it on the agenda was I want to make sure that everyone was comfortable with the direction that we were going to go after our consultant clarified that he would clarify what he intended to do in the last contract. And he clarified that he was not going to participate. We offered him a $3,000 contract to finish his work with Point Broadband as far as oversight. He also wanted or offered $8,000 to oversee, which was clear in his letters, this BEAD project, which is a state project. And frankly, spending Leelanau County taxpayers' money to oversee a state project, it just doesn't seem like a right use of our money to do that. And so I'm glad that that came out in his discussions. But also within his letters, and there was a lot of things in there. He said, I do not want to continue any oversight of Point Broadband, but both you, our administrator and Ty Wessel, were looking for something from me to continue. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all, because I mean that in the sense that there was a concern among Commissioner Russell and our administrator about the future of the project without having someone to oversee. And that's why I think it needs addressing, because that project's continuing, whether DCS is there or not. And I'd like to understand those concerns and see if indeed the thought is we need someone to oversee that. It's a big project. If that's better off left for the next administrator who may feel comfortable overseeing it or may not. So that was my goal in having that discussion. So thank you.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time when I was in Florida putting this together. I did talk to the administrator. I did talk to the administrator of Benzie County. I did talk to a commissioner in Benzie County. And to compare the Benzie County project to the Leelanau County project, was comparing apples to oranges. Our residents can get hooked up for less than $100 per resident. The contractor that's doing the Benzie County project is the same one that did the Gills Pier project at Leelanau Township, and residents paid between $2,000 and $2,500 per resident to hook up. There's a big difference, and some of the Benzie County project is wireless. Our project was fiber. We just can't compare, as the administrator told me, cannot compare the two projects. Commissioner Campbell's suggestion that we rest the broadband project, you could always delay. But we didn't rush the project. We spent lots and lots of Board of Commissioner time, lots and lots of committee time, lots of time talking to experts. We interviewed 12 different providers, including the provider that is providing the project for Benzie County. We did not rush the project. And I would just ask you, before we're too critical of our project, it's a point of pride, I think, for this county that we're going to be, if we can get the 200 residents in Benzie or on the west side of this county, we're going to be the first county in the state of Michigan that is 100% connected. That's something to be proud of, something to be proud of. I appreciate Commissioner Campbell raising the question because I think it offered us the opportunity to reconstruct what really happened. And I would urge you to read the handout today. And I would urge you to read the communication from the Benzie County Administrator. And then I think we need to also go back and look at our consultant. Chris Scher did an excellent job for us. He saved us hundreds of thousands of dollars. He did do the audit that Mr. McMillan was talking about. We never paid a bill without him personally verifying that the hookup was done and the cabinet was completed. It was a responsible project. It was a relatively cheap project. It was a high-tech project, and it's a point of pride for this county. Thank you.
Commissioner Elkhart?
I heartily agree. And Chris Scher has, and I can't even talk about his resume because it's so technically competent, but he's been all over the world developing and managing projects of this sort his whole career. So we were extremely lucky to get him. B, you said was a state project. It's federal money managed by the state, which is what Robin was. It came from the feds, came down to the state, and the states decided where it would go. So it's federal. And now there's a really big question about whether we're going to get all that money. What Chris Scher still needs to do, if we are lucky enough to get any BEAD money, and we've got a couple hundred people in the southwest corner of the county who have been waiting and waiting and waiting, driving to the library to do their work. They used to be able to go to the Glen Arbor Township Hall, and that is no longer available to them. Taking their kids to the library for their homework. Those people still need, in our present economy, having broadband is very, very crucial. If we're lucky enough to get BEAD money, Chris Scher has driven on every road in this county. He has stopped in front of every single house to see if they have broadband and the strength of their signal. So he knows exactly who needs to be served and who doesn't. And paying someone else to start all over again and do that. Now, right now, our concern was getting someone to apply for BEAD money. And Chris had been working with Point and with Spectrum. And frankly, we wanted him to cajole one of them into applying for the project. That's pretty much what we needed him for initially. And if we were lucky enough to get the money, he knows exactly where it needs to go. He knows how to verify. So if he's not asking for a contract now, if we're lucky enough to get that money, we're probably going to need it. If we can cajole him into, or talk him into helping us, so that we make sure we maximize that money. So he has served us well. We're lucky that Point Broadband is now at the point where our administrator can facilitate completion of that. Let's hope we get the BEAD money. If we don't get the BEAD money, this county made a commitment to the people not included in the point contract. And that is before us. Let's hope we get the federal money to pay for that so that we don't have to do it alone.
Do we have any more discussion topic?
I was looking ahead, but obviously we're looking behind now. To be clear, BEAD money does not go to Leelanau County. There are several contractors, independent contractors, who are applying for it. Leelanau County does not oversee that project. It's a state project. What we were asked by by DCS was to oversee this state contract. His point, which is a valid point, was that there could be $4 million wasted. It's not Leelanau County's money that's wasted. So we're being asked to audit. We had a contract before us that was recommended. The total contract would have cost us $120,000. The vast majority of that was to audit a state grant program for which the applications are already pouring in. We can't tell a company how to bid, and we weren't telling a company how to bid. And I honestly don't know what we were doing spending $5,000 a month before that. I'm not saying he doesn't do good work. I'm saying his work was unneeded for the BEAD program, and that's what we finally learned in his letters. I'm still concerned about Point Broadband and making sure that this project, and by the way, there is no more money and there never was any money allocated for the southwest part of the county. There just wasn't. If you look at all of the history of it, no one said that was going to cost money or be beyond the $17 million for this project. Those numbers haven't really changed other than Point Broadband got a $5 million Robin grant for which Leelanau County received no compensation. That's a shame, because I think if we'd have written contracts earlier, we would have participated in that. My point is, do we need to hire someone? Is our next county administrator, I don't think you feel comfortable, it's really not it's not something you've been trained in, verifying this current contract. My point is, should we look at hiring someone? I think to oversee this, is that good money thrown after bad? I don't know. That's not up to me, but I do think we needed that discussion because Point Broadband is going to come in and ask for the rest of that funding. We have a contract that we need to follow through on. We signed it. And we just need to be comfortable that the public monies are going to be spent wisely.
Commissioner Bunting, then Commissioner Wessel.
Yeah, the BEAD program is going to be given to contractors from the state. I mean, and I don't know why we were asking Chris Shears to oversee it, because Point Broadband is going to apply for it. Probably, Cherry Capital Connection will apply for it. One of them is going to get that, whether Chris Shears in it or not, or DCS is in it or not. The other thing that we have to realize is he states that 96% of the Point Broadband contract is fulfilled. There's 4% less, and that can be done by Point Broadband and will be. And he doesn't need to oversee it. That's the way I read the letter. So do we want somebody to oversee Point Broadband on the BEAD contract? That's what we're talking about. And I don't think that we're involved in that. They are going to do the work. They're going to get paid by the state, and it's the state's job to oversee it if they give that contract out. I mean, so I think as far as broadband, we really have completed the contracts. He has completed, he will complete it, and we don't have to be involved in it anymore. And if the BEAD program goes through, Leelanau County will be 100% covered. And that's really, so at this point, I believe the broadband is no longer part of the commission, other than we have to pay them their final payment. And that, when all the stuff that I read, that's what I have concluded from it. and I'm not saying whether they did a good job or a bad job. If we get it completed, the people that I've talked to who have received it are very satisfied with the service. And so I think we've tried to do, the commission has done what it was supposed to do. And it's the ARPA funds going to be spent on what we planned on spending it on. And I think that, you know, we need to move on from other things.
I thank you, Commissioner Bunnick, because that's exactly where I am. I take exception to my colleague on the left statement, spending good money after bad. We didn't spend bad money. All I'm asking is that we appreciate the work that Chris did. We appreciate the project. We appreciate the hard work that the committee did, the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners approved that project unanimously. It was not a partisan decision. And to continue to characterize the project is, well, now we got to spend good money after bad. It was not bad money. And I also think it is a disservice to Mr. Scheer, who is the expert in the field. He did remarkable service. One of the reasons he was involved in the BEAD project in the Glen Arbor area, they started out, the federal government and the FCC said there were 600 unserved residents that needed connection through the BEAD project. Chris got that narrowed down to just a little bit over 200, because he found that many of those were already in service areas that charter was supposed to cover. And then there's some projects in Commissioner Bunnick's district that Cherry Capital has a Robin grant for. He was also monitoring that. The project's about done. But let's stop saying it was a bad project. It was a darn good project. And Chris did a nice job for us. And that's all I'm asking.
Mr. Bunnick, and then.
Yeah, so I just think that the issue to me is that it was supposed to be, we paid him 62,000 for the survey. Then it was going to be 100,000 or 120,000 in the first or some contract to complete it. But because it got extended for 3 years, it's turned into $88,000. And I think that's the thing that irritates most people and me. That's because it got dragged out so long, he ended up getting a lot more money than initially it was going to be. But you're right, it did get completed.
All right, we'll close that down and we'll move on in our agenda.
So we don't need to, we don't need to hire anyone to oversee, and this will be the next administrator will need to.
It's too soon to know that.
I'm gonna let our administrator explain a little bit.
We'll vote on that when that's, cross that bridge when we get.
Well, let's explain how it's been set up, and I can do it in 1 minute. Basically, we have the complete maps and all the data that identified where Point Broadband had to put the coverage in. Bottom line, when Point Broadband finishes their a cabinet, they send it to us and said they do that. They also send it to us complete where all the lines are, and all we have to do is make sure that the coverage that they sent to us matches what the original project was. We can do that in-house under our GI system. It's totally set up. We also received from Chris's company, DCS, all the data that they had as related to how this got arranged. All that data has been sent to Point Broadband to make sure that they do the coverage. We can do this in-house. Now, for me to tell you whether it's working or not, look at somebody hooked up, and if they have the internet service, then I guess it works. So other than that, I don't think you need to do anything other than get it done. You've got cabinet 14 that is 90% done. We're waiting for the snow to go away so we can finish it up in the sensitive dune areas. The other 3 are supposed to be done on or before September the 31st. And I can assure you that Point Broadband wants to be done sooner rather than later. So they're gearing up for the moment that spring weather gives them, they can be out there in the construction mode. They're going to work to get it done. I don't believe you need to do anything more. Our GIS system is up and running. They have it all. That's my opinion. I'll be sharing that with the next administrator. That individual could come back with something different if they feel it's necessary.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, we have incoming county administrator employment agreement.
Kathy was leading this, or Michelle was leading this, I'm sorry. Michelle was leading this, our county clerk.
For those of you that don't know, this is Jen Kane. She's your HR manager, and she's sitting up here because our second issue is the MERS defined benefit. The first issue is relative to Mr. Dyer's contract.
Could you pull the microphone close to you before I have a hard time hearing you?
Is that better? Better? Okay, so this is regarding Mr. Dyer's incoming contract, and when we reviewed it internally, in order for us to implement it, we are suggesting a few modifications to it. We were not part of the negotiations of this, so we could not offer our input. So we're offering it now. Because the way it's written, we need a few changes so that we can be compliant. And we did meet with Mr. Dyer a week or two ago, I don't remember, on a Friday to talk about this. If you turn to page 3 of the document, what we have done under compensation, which is section 5, parent B, after his compensation where it had indicated biweekly payroll, we're just adding that he be paid in the same manner as elected officials, which is something I had suggested to our consultant, and it was just a forgetting. It's fine. We always put that in our administrator's contract. Down below, section D on vacation and personal leave. The way it was written, it was just too garbled to know what to implement. So what we've done, as you can see highlighted in blue, perhaps on yours, is that on March 31st, 2025, and each year thereafter, if the agreement is renewed, that's when he would get his 25 vacation days. And we did add and may bank up to 50, which has been common in your other administrator contracts. So that's nothing out of the usual. And then we ended that period and we went to the 12 personal days will be credited to the employee's account. We added those language. It's on a use or loses basis for each 12 months of the agreement. And we needed to do that for clarification, which is consistent with personal days being use it or lose it, at least on this side of the road, outside of union contracts. Then on the pension portion, Mr. Dyer will not be participating in our MERS program. And the way it was written in the original was that the employee shall be provided with coverage in accordance to the retirement plan for other unrepresented general fund, non-law enforcement employees of the county provided, and then the provisions there. We cannot, as the county in the group that he would have to go into, be paying his portion of that. Plus, he doesn't wish to be, it's a 10-year vesting here. He does not wish to be participatory in that. And what was negotiated with him was instead an annuity, a retirement annuity. And in order to do that, the way it was written, it was like, are we going to pay him 9% on his first day? Or are we waiting 12 months or what are we doing? So we got the language cleaned up to be beginning in the month of, and it would be April of 25, and calculated on a monthly basis thereafter for the duration of this agreement. The county will pay 1/12 of that 9%. And he was agreeable to that, the way I had it written, and then I sent it to corporate counsel. And that will be an annuity of his selection. Whether we pay it the 1st of April or we choose to do it at the end, he can work that out with finance. That's an easy solution, whether it wants to be every 2 weeks or once a month. And I think those were the only changes that we had. And like I said, we met internally first to go over this. And then Jen and I and Jen met with him the following Friday. And he was agreeable to those changes. And he has received a copy of this amended and restated, which we did with Administrator Lewis several times, amended and restated. So And this is the 1-year contract. So this is all I can bring forward to you at this time. Do you have questions for me?
Yeah, I just wondered when you talked about the personal vacation and personal leave, should there be personal / sick leave? Aren't things going that way with the?
Yes, so we're gonna be able to use the personal hours for the sick leave provision in the ESTA law that was just passed. Yes, our personal hours, as long as they're 72 or more, would suffice for that law.
So would you put that in there? Or
I don't know. We'd have to
You don't
ask
have
Matt.
to,
Yeah.
Okay,
as
just
long
do
as
it.
it's allowed to be used for sick purposes, and that is in our personnel policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
I can ask him that question.
Yeah, it'd be clear
Sure.
it was in there.
We certainly can ask him that if he feels.
Thank you.
All right, one other note I'll make, since we're doing this, and I'm just throwing it out there simply for discussion, I'm not, giving it as a recommendation or anything, but since we're doing this contract, we could, because right now he's on a 1 year, as the clerk said, we could do a 3-year, right away if we want to. That way it doesn't have to come back to the board, once Mr. Dye comes on board or whatever. Or we can wait a couple months down the road after he comes on board and bring this contract back and offer a 3-year. So it's kind of up to you, however you want to pursue that, I guess.
Make a comment, because we offered the contract to him and negotiated it in December, we could not at that time agree to do more than 1 year. But the board talked at that time that we had the option when we got the new board of commissioners and all of us were involved in it, that we could change that to a 3-year contract. I would favor that. I think that's what normally we do with administrators. They're still at-will employees, but I think it's respectful to have a new person that's given up another job to come in to do a 3 year. So I would like to make that as a part of the amended motion. So I would recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the administrator amended and restated employment agreement extended from March 2025 to March 30, 2028.
All right, motion made by Commissioner West, supported by Commissioner Robbins. Discussion.
Would we
Isn't that
separate them, maybe?
2028? You mean 2028?
30, 28, he said, March 30, 28.
Oh, March 30th, okay, I thought you
Nah,
said.
yeah.
He's 70 years old. I don't think it's going to be the 30.
Sorry.
All right,
I have a
any
question.
other discussion? Michelle?
Do you want them to have discussion first? You want me to ask my question so they can
Go
respond?
ahead, go ahead.
All right, so I can turn this around if this passes 7-0. Obviously, as you know, this was not, I can't bring this forward to, I had to wait for you to do that. Then when I do this, I would suggest that I put some sort of language in here about how his pay is going to be adjusted, because I really didn't see that in here. And in the past, what our administrators do is you adjust their pay based on the percentage given to everyone else, or are you thinking something different? Because I know when I spoke to Jim last week, he may have ideas, and I guess what I can do is get this written and find out what his thoughts were on that. But it'd be helpful to know what your thoughts are. Generally, the administrator has just been adjusted by whatever percentage is given to all other non-union. And I can't speak for him, but it seems in my Friday night conversation with him that may be acceptable. If it is, can I include that in here?
So you're saying if it's a 2% increase per year for all employees, his would get, you would get 2%.
Yeah.
Is this gonna include the commission?
It's, no, sorry, no commissioners during your term of office, but right, that's what we have done in the past, and I think he'd be agreeable. I would give him a call to make sure, but that in addition to that, that is language I would put in here, and if you're fine with that, I'm just looking for some nods. Because you have to deal for it sometime, unless you're gonna go into negotiations with them every year.
All right, so it sounds like the motion is okay. Was the support okay with that? Commissioner Robbins, would you okay with that? So, any other discussion?
Did you discuss to him the possibility of a 3-year contract?
I did not bring it up, but I know that it's been hanging out there.
Okay, well, I don't know if anyone's talked to him about a 3-year contract.
I have not.
I have spoken with him about it, yeah, because he called me up about this and knew that it was gonna be on the agenda. And he wanted to know my thoughts on it. I said, I will bring it up to the board and see what everybody's, take is on it.
So he would prefer, I mean, there's a couple ways to look at that. He's someone looking at 70. I don't know what he would prefer. If he would prefer 1 year and then talk about maybe a 2-year after that, planned retirement. I don't know.
I don't think I'm breaking any conversation. He did ask me that when I was bringing this forward, is that something that I could bring forward? And I did say, no. I didn't feel this is what we need to have done in order to implement this contract. And I felt that me bringing forward dates to extend this contract was outside of my scope and it would look like backdoor dealing and I'm not going to be part of that. And so it needs to come from you to tell me I'm not about to bring that forward because he hasn't even started yet.
I just don't know.
So that's kind of-
I feel like we're having this one-way conversation and it's a two-way relationship.
Commissioner Walton?
Not with you.
He's, and Michelle's right, she was out of her purview, and that's fine. But we negotiated this contract. He's so concerned about it that he's here. So that's what I'm saying. He's not here.
Oh.
Yeah, obviously this is what he wants.
I was like, having
So,
the table.
so let's just approve this as it's presented. And we can renegotiate a 2 or 3 year extension as we progress. It's not a thing a decision we have to make today. And, like I said, he's so concerned about whether he's got a 1-year contract or a 3-year contract that he showed up at this meeting.
Oh.
It was a joke.
I caught you. Sorry.
No, it was sarcasm, and wrap your head around that, but.
I got you.
He's happy with what we've got. That's what we negotiated, and then we can renegotiate shortly with him. I don't want to put words in his mouth or make decisions for him, or we don't know what his intention is.
Commissioner Robbins?
Can we just move this forward to next week and between now and next Tuesday night, maybe he'll show up?
Well, that's the whole
And
point of
then
this vote.
let's do it all at
That's
once.
the whole
Instead of
point.
waiting, doing it 2 months from now, we can take care of this next Tuesday night.
If you move this forward, final language will be put in for next week.
First of all, tell me what you need. I need to have for finance and me to do what we need to do. I need to have at a minimum this language approved next week. So are you telling me to come back next week with this language here, which you seem to haven't given me any questions? And then you want me to have a separate one? And do you want me to invite Mr. Dyer here? Do you want him here? Oh, that's what I mean.
You're off the hook. Here's what I recommend. First of all, you've got a motion to include the one change from a 1 year to a 3 year and appropriate language as it relates to yearly adjustments. So you got to do that, and then you can have the motion for the rest of it. There's another second motion that's going to have to take place. So you want to do an additional amendment. So I would vote on that first. Follow me?
Not totally, but I get it. You're getting me where I need to be, so.
Okay.
Right now, I have a motion on the floor to accept and approve the county administrator amended and restated employment agreement extended from March 31st, 2025 to March 30, 2028. Seconded by Robbins, motion by Wessel.
Okay, you're doing just the one motion to cover everything?
Yeah.
That's all that's been discussed. That's the only motion I have right now on the floor.
That'll work just as well too. So, and did you include in that motion any annual adjustments to salary?
If the person making the motion wishes to have that.
We already.
Yeah.
They already did.
Yeah.
The final language could be brought back with everything else next week, and we will encourage Mr. Dyer to be here with us.
All right, any other discussion on that motion? All right, not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Okay, don't misinterpret.
Motion
that,
carries
Jim.
5-1.
I just think, I would rather know going into next week what his intentions are. So I know what's safe, and that's what we've already negotiated.
Yeah, understood.
Okay. My second item here that we're bringing to you is in order to effectuate the provisions of his contract. We do have to amend our MERS defined benefit plan. And what we are doing is, and this will be interesting in the future, is that we have to amend this to page, what page did she put that on? We're adopting our 4501 Division 12, I believe it is, to exclude the county administrators hired on or after 3/31/2025. Because without this exclusion, because of MERS change rules, we must put him in here. Now, doing this does not prevent you in the future, when you have your next administrator, to amend this again to include an administrator if they wish to be part of the MERS. We're doing this specifically for the contract that was negotiated. So, and also by the contract you approve before it kind of forces your hand. This is kind of a no-brainer. You have to do this.
Housekeeping.
It's housekeeping. Let's call it
Housekeeping.
housekeeping. Sounds a little nicer than no-brainer. Housekeeping. Do you have any questions?
I move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners recommend to adopt regulations, defined benefit plan adoption agreement amendment presented to exclude the county administrator hired after 3/31/2025.
We're gonna put that word on in there because
Ordered by
he's hired.
Commissioner Campbell.
Is it Campbell or Robbins? Oh, was it both of you?
It was Camp, I called Campbell, but yeah, it might have been both. All right, discussion on that motion. Do you have questions?
Thank you.
All right, if not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 6-0. Take a we can take a quick 10-minute break, I guess.
10 minutes.
Or 5 minutes, do 5 minutes. That's all. It's always, it goes to 10.
Okay. Wait a year, then go 3 years.
What's the occasion? I know you're married and you're alive, so.
Yeah, there's a second language.
You're setting the stage for Mr. Dare. We'll expect it to go time.
But you won't see it next week. Just got it today.
Your time? Just to make Will happy.
No, one time it can't only will. This other guy.
Well, see, I was gonna say first about planning.
So I just want to show you.
That one.
Oh, I just want to show off that I can wear vests. Thank you very much. I only wear the tie with this outfit.
Sorry.
But he wants her business, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I am sorry.
All right, we're gonna start back up again. Next up, we're on agenda, item number B, 2% allocations, intent to apply.
Okay, you have, on your agenda, you have 4 listed, but there was a 5th one that came in yesterday that got added, and it was, of the groups that were requesting that the county allow for them to apply for the 2% allocation through the county. There's the Seas Education Association, there's Home Sweet Home Nonprofit Housing Corporation, the Leelanau County Sheriff's Office, Department. There's the Grand Traverse Community Enrichment applying for some funds, and then last but not least is the Leelanau County Probate and Family Court. All of their backup requests at this point was just a request letter. If you those of these applications or requests will be requests will have to submit a full application if you approve to move this forward. So you will be seeing this at your April meeting for those that you approve to move forward. Obviously, I believe that Mr. Bynum wanted to be able to take these each one separately. So what we've done, we've given you a revised executive document summary that each of these applications are submitted to you separately. Motions are made separately. So,
Is a question though on the suggested motion, there were just 2 that are being recommended, or are all 4 being recommended?
All 4 of them are for you. All 5 of these are moving forward for your consideration. And if you choose to move these forward, and also for next week, and then next month I'll have to come back with their complete application that would be submitted to the tribe.
Thank you.
Mr. Money?
Yeah, I want to separate these out because I do believe that the 2% is the way we're approaching them is actually in the wrong place. We're approaching them through grants, which they are in lieu of taxes. If you look at the consent agreement, their payment in lieu of taxes, and it's supposed to equal the amount of taxes they would pay to each government that it affects. So and so they are actually a tax. They're not a grant. And I do believe that the county has a policy on how to approach a 2% funding. I mean, I've read about the policy. It goes all the way back to 2015, but we can't find it anywhere. So maybe we have to recreate policies. Talking with Lauren, that she believes it never really got filed as a policy, even though it's discussed continually as the nonprofits. At one point, someone says that nonprofits are not to be included in this policy, and it needs to be changed. So I'm not that no one can find that policy. I can't, and I've spent hours looking for it, in the archives. But so we just need to look at this in a different way, and it needs to be. And I do believe we've got to set up our own policy and make sure it gets in the policy books on how we're going to address them. Because as you can see here, we now have 2 or 3 now nonprofits asking. We have the sheriff's department, and other county things asking. And I had an hour-long conversation with Casey Petz, the superintendent of Sutton's Bay School. And he stated that he believes that the way the tribes are doling out the 2% is it's not being done legally. He believes that they are not underfunding all of the governments and funding nonprofits. And that's my contention too. When we need money for the dog catcher and we don't get that, but we get money for a nonprofit. And not to say the nonprofits are bad. I think they're great and they're wonderful, but it's undermining, or it's not applying taxes in the proper manner. I guess is what's happening. And when nonprofits become the top thing they want to fund, and government gets last, or schools especially, or in my district, Sutton's Bay Fire Department, which does 30% of their calls go to the casino. And yet they receive very little, if any, money from the 2% funds. So, I mean, I think we need to look at it, and maybe we need to do a collaboration. And that's what the superintendent would like us to do, join them, and how we can address 2% funding. But we need to look at these each individually and see how they are helping the county government or the township government, and not necessarily the nonprofits. So his contention is that nonprofits should be in there, but they should be last on the list, and should be approached that way. So that's, so I want to look at these each individually, and we can make the decision rather than as a whole.
All right, so Commissioner Wessel.
No surprise to Commissioner Bennett that we disagree on this, and we have talked to legal, and we must contract for services. But for example, the one for inland seas, we have a Parks and Recreation Commission. A trail on the inland seas property certainly is related to the Parks and Recreation mission of this county. And when we provide money for the food pantry and make it for senior services, that certainly relates to a county function. So we've had this for a long time, but I just disagree with putting two different tiers. I think we take all of them and we look at how close to our mission is it. And if it's related to our mission, we want to contract for services, we certainly can and have every legal right to do it.
All right, we have a motion.
You've got it separated, so you can go with the first one.
You want to just separate the nonprofits and then.
Well, you can
Well,
do
we got
each one individually.
They're all individually. You got handed a hard.
There's a handout that we did that each motion is separate, so you can make that decision as you go through it.
Well, highlighted in yellow.
Gotcha.
Okay. Thank you. If that's something that I think, Mr. Bunny, if you would like to pursue further, I would suggest that you do so with your next administrator. They'll take it from there. So.
Better than the name, right?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bunny?
Yes, I would make a motion that the sheriff's office accident investigation total station of $1,981. Move that, I recommend to move that to Leelanau County be permitted to apply for a 2% allocation in the amount of $20,981.13 for the spring cycle of the payment in lieu of taxes.
Support. All right, motion made by Mr. Bunny, supported by Commissioner Walter. Discussion. All right, we had some static out there, so just make sure your phones are away from the microphones. It's heard out there. All right, discussion on that. If not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 6-0. Bunny?
Yeah, I would move to recommend that the Leelanau County probate and family court be permitted to apply for a payment in lieu of taxes allocation in the amount of not to exceed $18,000 in the spring cycle of 2025.
All right, supported by Commissioner Westall. Discussion. Not all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 6-0. Mr. Wessel?
I move to recommend that Inland Seas Education Association be permitted to apply for 2% allocations in the amount of $15,000 for the spring 2025 cycle.
All right, is there support? Support. Supported by Commissioner Walter. Discussion. Not all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried 5-1. another motion? Russell?
I move to recommend that Home Sweet Home Nonprofit Housing Corporation be permitted to apply for 2% allocations in the amount of $12,000 for the spring 2025 cycle.
Support. All right, not that motion dies. All right, you got one more
Well, I
here.
would support that motion.
Oh, which one are you referring to?
Did you say the home sweet home?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay,
can't see separating them out from all the other nonprofits.
okay, so we have supported by Commissioner Campbell. Discussion? Not.
Well, I just want to know where Leelanau County is in building homes. You know, where, how do you justify that we are in the business of building homes for people? Because I mean, this has to apply to something the county does.
Yeah, I don't think, anyways, I don't think that, I think it was a home health program that they were looking at to help. The discussion of the nonprofits, I agree, needs to be furthered, and I understand the reason that it's more important than ever is because these 2% grants have not kept up with the advancing property values. And so therefore, there isn't as much money to go around for government programs. I just think that needs to be a different discussion, and I'm not going to try to judge the nonprofits as good or bad at this particular moment without having that discussion first. Anyways, that was my thought for seconding.
All right, any other discussion? If not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Okay.
Motion carried 5-1. All right, so we got one more there. All right, we have no motion for that. All right,
I'll make the motion. I just, like I said, I'm not, either you're going to approve the nonprofits or you're not. And because the tribe is going to make those decisions regardless of what we decide here. So that one is move to recommend that Grand Traverse Community Enrichment be permitted to apply for 2% allocations in the amount of $10,000 and $30 for the spring 2025 cycle.
is there support?
Second.
Supported by Commissioner Robbins. Discussion?
I found that a little different because I don't connect self-defense training as a function of county government, and I was very comfortable not making that motion. I think it's a stretch, but I think housing is, food security and security is, but not self-defense training. So I saw this as separate, different.
And Commissioner Bonnie, and then Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I see this as educational and not really something that the county should get into. As far as education, that really should be up to the schools. But they're not being funded properly either, so.
All right, Commissioner Walker.
And I just say that it doesn't matter what order we approve these in, once they go to the tribe, they're gonna make the decision. And what we really need to do is evaluate what 2% is. What is the dollar value of 2%? And we need to know that, because if we're not getting 2%, then somebody's not living up to an obligation. And we need to address that.
All right, any further discussion? All right, if not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, I think it fails 2-3.
Wait a moment. This might fail.
And 2-3, we got 6 commissioners.
Oh, that's right, so 3-3.
So
Well,
three?
no, never mind, let's do a roll call now.
Oh.
I don't know, I didn't hear everybody's voice.
Okay, motion by Campbell. Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walter,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Chairman Yoder,
No.
Commissioner Bonnet,
No.
fails. 3-3.
So, I think,
All right.
okay,
Good.
Jen,
Mhm.
Jen, so that means next week, only 4 of the 5 move forward.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up, we are to Earned Sick Time Act update.
Okay, we are still waiting on a reply from our legal counsel as relates to this particular item. What we're requesting is that you continue to move this forward so that we can have this on your agenda for next week. So we can have this on your agenda for next week discussion. We should have it all completed by that time. And as soon as we get our thoughts, we will send them to you if we get it before the time the package ready.
Mr. Money?
I'd make a motion that we move this forward to next week's regular session.
All right, supported by Commissioner Wessel. Discussion? Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 6-0. All right, next up, we've got personal policy 1.07 update.
You have the personnel policy that we need to update, and mainly thing is the main item in here, other than some other corrections, is to add the floating holiday and to take out the half day that we had for Good Friday, which will match what we did with the Teamsters. So. There are some other minor corrections in there, but other than that, pretty much the other item is also deals with the payment in lieu of health insurance, because we don't go by rates, we go by what we think are, because we are self-funded, so we don't have rates. So other than that, we see the changes that we made.
Commissioner Wessel?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners adopt the updated personnel policy number 1.07 to amend the scheduled holidays, payment in lieu of medical insurance, workers' compensation, and short-term disability language.
Second.
Supported by Commissioner Robbins. Discussion? Commissioner Money?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. On page 60, they talked about, I'm not understanding if they're eliminating tardiness, that it's not going to be talked about, or no time is going to be docked. I'm not sure. It just got a line underneath it and it says formatted and deleted or something.
All that is just housekeeping items that, in other words, when you look at it, that it probably wasn't indented far enough, and that's all that is. There's nothing that we're asking to do. All that is just.
Well, it looks like they're going to delete completely about tardiness.
No, it
That's
did
the way
not.
it's written there.
Well, it's not.
Okay, they're just.
All we're doing is that we added this, I think there we took something out. I think it was an underline or something like that. We deleted that. We deleted a paragraph.
Okay, so I misread it.
Yeah, no, we're not deleting anything about tardiness.
Yeah, no,
We're just doing formatting.
Okay.
All this is a formatting.
Well, and then is that maybe the same thing on page 65 where they're talking about a complaint within 3 working days? And it looked like they're deleting complaint within 3 days.
I think what we did is that we deleted something in there.
Might have been an extra space, or
It could have been I think it was an extra space in there. All it is formatting, as a formatting item.
All right, sorry.
Thanks for
It's
reading.
underlined and deleted, so I'm
It
not
does
sure.
look
what-
that way.
Yeah.
It should be crossed out in red if it was.
Yeah, we
Or changed.
What we'll do, those things that are formatting issues only, we'll put them in for the final to show which they were, so that it's less confusion to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion?
Geez, pardon me, I think, is this for the stupid question, I'm sorry, I'm not keeping up here. For this is for the non-union employees, is that?
That is correct.
Okay. I've been on this kick of trying to get the county building open a little bit longer. This in here says, so I'm just putting folks on notice, I haven't lost that. We'll be open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it gives the times that the county building would open then it has three different options.
One page.
Normal work week is under, I got under 4, I'm sorry, I didn't write down the page.
51.
Page 51. Then it says the normal work week and it gives 35 hours except for employees specifically designated to work 37.5 hours and or a 40-hour work week. Is that all still accurate?
The building opens up at 8 o'clock in the morning, because we have folks that are coming in at 8 o'clock, such as, and so if a department wants to be open at 8 o'clock, they can, but for the non-union folks, it's a 37.5 hour week.
No matter
But
what.
the building does open. A lot of offices, if an elected official office wants to open at 8, they can. But I know that what I was informed of is that the MSU extension opens at 8, so we have the ability to open up at 8 o'clock. The main building is not all the offices will be open at the same time, but there you go. So.
Okay, and so I'm not sure how that fits
Well,
with
this doesn't-
what's with reality.
Yeah.
If it says Leelanau County offices and you have MSU open, I don't know if that's needed there or not needed
It's
there.
not, it's just, each office has their self, posted. All the hours are posted at each of the hours.
And the only, and this is Mr. Nitpick, but it says if you're gonna close the county building, that will be broadcast on these media. And I'm wondering, just put it on the website possibly, if someone could do that rather than, that just seems a little behind
Well,
what.
we did.
Okay, anyway, so maybe that might be a look at some point. How about that? Because it talks about all the television and radio stations, but it really isn't where people are going anymore. They're gonna come here, so. I'll vote yes. I'm just pointing those out.
All right, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 6-0. All right, next up, we have the Leelanau Township Communication Tower update.
Okay. Okay, last month you directed that certain items take place. I did, as I shared with you in an earlier email or update, that we did terminate our agreement with the property owner where the tower was planned to be located, so that's been completed. That left the 3 other agreements that we needed to work with. And the first one dealt with the Cherryland Electric Cooperative. In that agreement, we had agreed with them as it relates to location of their antennas as it relates on 3 of the 4 towers. They have placed their, at the time, and they have placed their items on their equipment on 3 of the towers, and the 4th one was to be the township communication tower, which did not take place. They had paid us $162,000 based upon $162,000 based upon the cost of constructing the Kitchen Road Tower, which we had an agreement with. And so up to $200,000. Given that that tower is not going to be completed, then they suggested that we just take it and divide it by 4, the $162,000, and that so that meant that their lease agreement for the other 3 towers comes to $121,500, and that we would need to reimburse them $40,500 as it relates to the Kitchen Road site. We wrote a letter that you have, and then we also sent that to our attorney to come up with a tower lease agreement, which they have agreed to. So I'm recommending that you amend your agreement of July 26, 2023 to this particular one, which gives them the right to be on the 3 remaining towers in the agreement that's in the agreement that covers that. So you do have in there the motion to move this forward for your full consideration. Am I making perfectly sense, or have I just made it as clear as mud?
That's pretty good.
Okay. What made sense or?
All right, do we have anybody will make a motion?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve amendment number 1 to the tower space lease agreement dated July 26, 2023 with Cherryland Electric Cooperative.
Support. All right, supported by Commissioner Bunny, Commissioner Wessel. Yes. Discussion, Commissioner Bunny?
Yeah, I was just wondering, what is is there a termination date for these? Or is it a month?
25 years.
Is it 25 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Is so the cost is the same for 25 years, or is there?
They have,
escalation?
they front loaded, or they paid it all now. For the next, so they're yet to be there for 25 years, correct? In fact, that includes the tower that up here that for a long time didn't have anything on it. It now has their equipment on the tower that we have here.
Any other discussion? Not all in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 6-0.
And the second one deals with the Midway Electronics Agreement. We had a telephone conversation with them. We are requesting a full accounting of the cost to date, which includes the delivery of the complete equipment package of the tower. They had another option they would like for us to consider. I do not have that option in front of me, but basically to see if in that option would have been, as I said in email earlier, that they would think about, okay, why don't we deliver it? And if you get the opportunity to construct the tower at a later date within a certain time period, then all they need would be to come up with the differential cost to actually construct. I don't know if that's something that we would want to recommend, that I'm prepared to recommend. But at least until I see their option, that option, I don't want to say yay or nay to it until I see what they have in writing. But we can terminate the agreement. They have to give us a full accounting as well as to deliver all the equipment as it relates to the tower, which they have done, which includes generators, towers, nuts and bolts, anything it takes to construct the tower. So I would ask in that I do not have it yet. I will have it, but I'm asking that you go ahead and move this forward to the next meeting. And it's hopefully that I'll have that here by tomorrow, and I'll be glad to send that to you. So,
Mr. Wessel?
I move to move the Midway Electronics Agreement options forward to the regular board meeting of the Board of Commissioners on March 18 for further discussion and consideration.
Supported by Commissioner Bunny. Discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 6-0.
and then the third one is that our attorneys have recommended that we should terminate the agreement with the Leelanau Township, and that the agreement, it was all about the North Kitchen Road site. That's all that was about. And if we, in the future, if we've already, and I shared with Leelanau Township Supervisor, as well as our incoming administrator, we met, that the county was willing to continue to work with them, that we have a tower that they will be more than happy to utilize as part of that. But we could then enter into another agreement with Leelanau Township as it relates to ownership, whenever they have a site. I will tell you that Verizon is going to be meeting with it next week, because there are 2 sites that they would like to have considered. One site is on property owned by the village. The other one is on property owned by the township. I have no idea what that would be, but we're going to make sure that we let it know that we have the material for tower. That neither one of those sites, when we do the obligation maps, do not come near the coverage that the other one did, but that one's off the table now. So we're recommending go ahead and close out, terminate this agreement, but we'll make sure that we indicate that we're open to further agreements whenever the township comes up with this site. So if they want us to be engaged.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners authorize the termination of the intergovernmental agreement for construction of the Leelanau Township Communication Tower Project dated October 9, 2024, with the Township of Leelanau.
Supported by Commissioner Wessel. Discussion? Not all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 6-0.
That's all the action items that I have. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Next up, we have item number F, delinquent tax revolving fund use discussion by Commissioner Campbell.
I appreciate everyone lending me the time to bring this up, and it's not so much, for what is happening, will happen immediately, but I think it lends into a budget discussion. Our attorney, as far as our DTR policy, says it appears in this instance that the county board may have waived the policy restrictions on the use of DTRF funds in a 6-0 vote to approve the use of DTRF surplus funds for the point broadband project costs. And I fully agree with the attorney's opinion, but it's really fact that this board is authorized by state statute to spend those monies as it sees fit. But with due respect, I disagree that the previous board waived policy restrictions with that vote. It's more likely that all or most of the commissioners were unaware of the policy restrictions. The term waive would require at least an acknowledgement that the policy exists. Why is this important? First, it's important that we follow our policies, from our conflict of interest policy to open meetings policy and law, for they state to the public the guidelines under which we have pledged to operate. Ignoring our policies leaves an impression of unaccountability. We won't always be perfect, but we can try. I support the policy because it forces discipline into our primary spending documents, our annual budget and our capital improvement plan. The policy states that excess funds from the delinquent tax fund can only be used to spend down long-term debt, such as the bond or the MERS, or on projects identified in our capital improvement plan. That plan calls for creating a capital improvement fund, dedicating those DTRF excess funds to a CIP fund, capital improvement fund, every year would ensure that their distribution to projects that have been vetted by the planning commission and approved by the county board. One pertinent question today is whether through budget amendments, we can switch enough capital projects to DTRF funding to free up general fund money to pay off point broadband. I don't have that answer. To me, it's worth looking at and trying. But I would be remiss if I didn't emphasize that I support that delinquent tax fund policy, as it was written by our former colleagues in 1991 and revised 10 years ago. These funds represent the direction we want to head as a county. The tax revolving fund should not get mixed into general fund revenue, as would be the case with the current plan to pay off point broadband. Maybe we're left with making a one-time exception, and I'll be okay with that. But I think for a disciplined future, we need to look at that tax revolving fund in terms of long-term commitments, and perhaps even establish a capital improvement plan fund, which would force us during the budget process to look into down the road to the following year. Our treasurer, I think, would appreciate that. I think I haven't spoken directly to him on it, but I think that the biggest concern he has is that he's asked to fund projects through this DTRF fund that he's unaware of, that I haven't been planned for, that kind of show up because they are the next best thing. And for county government planning, I would support emphasizing that capital improvements fund and dedicating that tax revolving fund to it. This is part of the budget process, so I'm kind of just laying foundation for what I hope will be better planning in the future for the county. And there is a speech and a half.
Any other discussion on that topic? All right. Thank you. Next up.
Well, I take that's unanimous support, right?
Oh, it is. And where do we have surplus funds? I mean, really. Everything needs to be, yeah.
Oh, please, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, sure, you can go ahead.
You know, but my statement is. The capital improvement idea, you know, that's how we built this courthouse. That's how we built this courthouse, because we had put that money into a capital improvement plan. And when it came time that we had to build a new courthouse, we had the money. And that was the foresight of past commissions. And I was on the commission at that time, and that was what enabled us to make the changes and improvements that we made. And that's where we need to be looking in the future. We, you know, it's water in the bridge. I don't think that, you know, we're gonna need a new courthouse in my lifetime, but, you know, that's what, that should be there, is to take that, to use this money out of the general fund. Just robs where we're supposed to have, put our tax. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I've got surplus money, then we're charging too much tax.
All right, so John, do you have any?
Yeah, thank you for letting me respond. A few things to unpack. One, surplus funds aren't from taxes. They're from interest and admin fees that are charged to delinquent taxpayers. That is what generates a quote unquote surplus. It isn't the repayment of taxes, it is the repayment of the interest and admin fees that are associated with it. So they go into the 516 fund, and that 516 fund, the DTRF, has been used for as long as I remember as our capital projects fund. There hasn't been a CIP revenue source dedicated that I'm aware of in my tenure.
It's usually the 517, I mean, the 516 is
516.
Yeah.
So it isn't uncommon nor a one-off for us to use DTR in this circumstance. We've done it in the past where we don't acknowledge quote unquote surplus because by the action of the board and the working arrangement with finance, it was the finance director before and Crocker, we worked together to get the timing and the execution from surplus. It was always assumed that it was surplus because you couldn't draw down fund balance. So we're looking at these different projects, to your point, pulling from general fund versus DTR. I don't know the merits of it. I will leave that to our finance director to see if that's feasible. I have no objection to using the funds as appropriated already. That was an agreement that we had made some time ago. I don't think that the DTR is being misused in that regard. But to comment more on the CIP and a dedicated revenue source, I think that's worth exploring. And I think that a model could be presented during budget time for discussion. If that would be pleased.
I would like.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions on the DTRF specifically while I'm here? Okay.
Anybody have any questions?
All right. Thank you for my input.
Thank you. Sorry, John, you should have been up there right away.
No, that's fine. I just.
All right, next up, we'll move to item number G, which is the deferred retirement option program offered by HERS. It's offered by Commissioner Robbins. You want any discussion on that? Yeah.
What'd you say?
That's discussion, you requested that to all be on the agenda?
Yes,
Should we add that?
Well, back, discovered, actually, it was the undersheriff, like you've been, we were talking and, thank you. You know, the main topic in this building's been, both buildings, is retention, trying to keep people. And when we talked, we found out that MERS has a drop program, and he gave me the information, and it's quite similar to the one they have at the state level. What it is our senior people can retire, but yet still continue on up to 5 years with their drop from retirement program. But I'm gonna let Michelle do, she's gonna be my spokesperson. She, I've turned it over to her, and she's been doing a lot more research than I have, along with Jen. So it's just something here that I think we just need to explore. It could retain some of our people that have 25+ years. Maybe they'll stay on for another up to 5 years. It's their choice. At the end of 5 years, if they do choose to go to the drop, they have to wait. But I'm gonna let Michelle take over.
So did y'all have a chance to read the documents that were attached? And neither Jen nor I are holding a position on this. We're just trying to get some information out there as a soft sell to see if there's any if there's any desire from the board to pursue this farther. So as Commissioner Robinson said, the drop program is a payment option that employers may adopt for the MERS defined benefit plan at the division level. We have, I believe it's 5 divisions here. Is it 5 or 6? 5?
We have 5 divisions.
5 divisions here. And when an employee becomes eligible to retire with an unreduced benefit, they may elect to continue working and enter into a drop period of 60 to 60 months. And the duration of the drop program is an irrevocable decision. And at the end of the period, that employee must retire. I'm just going to go over a few things from the highlighting portion. There are several things that the Board of Commissioners has to do, and you would need a presentation from MERS if you're going to want to even consider this. Through the drop portion. So when someone retires, when they get ready to retire, they have about 8 different options they can pick and how they're going to get that MERS benefit. And it's also based on their final average compensation, which is their highest 5 consecutive years together. And they pick up a straight life, 100% to a survivor, 75% to survivor, 50%. And then they have period certain guarantees of 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. Those are your options when you're going to pick this. Now, when you look at these drop programs, there's certain things the board has to be looking at. If you were to adopt it, you would decide, and it's a blanket decision. It's not based on who the employee is or anything. You would be looking at the pension benefit payment of that drop of between a 10 and a 20%. So if that employee, if they did it straight out the door retirement and there was no drop, let's say they were going to get $3,000. You don't know those numbers at this point, but you would be picking, would you want them to get 10% of that up to 100% in 10% increments? You would also be looking at, because that money is put into an annuity that is held by MERS until the employee would reach at 6 months or 5 years. And it's an irrevocable decision. It could be 6 months, 7 months, all the way up to 60. You'd also be looking at the interest rate that money would earn that's sitting there for that employee when they leave, of between 0 and 3%, 0 to 3%. If MERS makes 8, it doesn't matter. That employee would still be tied to that 0 to 3%. You would also decide if there was an annual cost of living adjustment to that, which we don't do cost of living to any of our MERS programs. So my guess, I could just tell you the position we would take if we were taking one would be we don't do cost of living to that. At the time, and then once the board makes those decisions, you have to have a certified actuarial evaluation prepared by MERS. It's $650 for the first one, it's $300 for each additional, because you need to know what your liability, what the impact is going to be. It says in general, MERS hasn't had it that long, and we just talked to our MERS rep the other day, and there's very few counties that do it. There's some that are looking at it, more prevalent, I guess, with the state police. Because an employee, if this were adopted, that goes into this, let's say they say, I'm gonna give you 5 years, that's the maximum, 60 months. But they choose to leave, they get to 3 years and they say, I can't, this is enough, I'm done. They will still get that bucket of money that's been put aside, but it reduces by 20%. You forfeit 20% of that money that's going to come to you. You have about 3 options of how you can take that. So it would leave about an 80% balance. And then they would go on and they would get their regular MERS payment of whatever they selected. But the amount that they're getting is based on their final average compensation on the day they selected this program. It doesn't matter if they're making 70,000 now, and for some reason their pay and during the next 5 years goes to 100. It's based on that final average compensation at that point. Okay, and if they're in a group that has a deduction right now, like a 3.5 or a 2 point or a 2.5, whatever the deduction may be, even though their MERS is not being calculated, they still have to pay in that percentage. So there's lots of decisions that you would have to make if you want to do this. And the main thing is you need that actuarial to know, because there is around, it changes day to day, about 25 to 27 from what we calculated the other day of employees that could retire right now at all different rates. Some may only be 10 years of service, but they're 60. Some may be 25 years of service and they're 55. Some could have more service and fall within that age range. So this is only for people that are fully vested without a reduction and can draw their MERS. This is also something, one of the questions we asked is, does this have to go into perpetuity? And it doesn't. You can pick it for, we're only going to offer this for the next 6 months because we don't want it to go on and on and on. You know, just sometimes they just open that window, which is an option too, which would be figured out in an actuarial evaluation. Like I said, Commissioner Robbins brought this, and I found it fascinating. And so I've just been reading a lot about it. And can DROP be modified under terms of a collective bargaining agreement? The answer to that is no. There's not really a lot. Jen or Kathy might attend the CEO meeting for MERS that's being hosted in Traverse in May. These may be some questions we could ask, but we just need to know before we go and bring MERS in and set you up a presentation. I don't remember how I worded it on the EDS, but we're thinking we should probably wait for the new administrator. And it's not a 15-minute presentation to you. This is something that's going to take some thought, because there are costs, and what is your goal? Is it retention or is it getting them in the door? This is more retention driven. But I don't want to say too much more because I don't want to put my own opinion into this. Is this something that, would you like me to cover more, or do you have questions? Our knowledge is limited, but we have read a lot on this.
It says adopting the drop provision is likely to result in the active population commencing benefits sooner than they otherwise would, potentially as soon as they are eligible. This generally leads to an increase of the
Correct.
actuarial.
Yep.
Yeah, that word. Anyways, I don't, is this really revenue neutral? And as a side question, can we reduce the interest if needed to make it revenue neutral?
Well, you pick the interest, and he did
Right.
talk about a way of cost neutral. You are getting people potentially, if someone has 25 years and they're 55 and they can draw and they say, you know what, I want to work another 60 months. They would be locking in at that FAC based on that moment in time. And my guess, and this is just a guess, because this is not I'm not the presenter, I'm just the soft sell here. If you pick a payment that you're only gonna let them get 10% of a $3,000 payment that they could walk out the door, my guess is that's gonna be pretty low. Now, would I take it for 10%? No. Not when I know my FAC, I'd have to run the numbers, but if you're gonna offer 50%, 60%, 70%, that's why they want to run the numbers. Not all people would want to do this because it does lock you in. But is that enticement to know that if you pick 5 years and you're getting X amount, you could have $100,000, $200,000 sitting there when you walk out the door. Because then you'll go to your next. She wanted to add something.
Right, so to add to your comment, can we make it cost neutral? That's up to the actuarial and their guidance. So they'll run some numbers for us and say, if you want to try to keep it cost neutral to what you're currently, or what their payment would be, we can try to find that number for you. That's that actuarial.
Right,
Either
remember,
through the percentage, or they say as a general rule, the longer the drop period, the smaller the liability increase.
Correct.
So, with those types of flexibility built into whatever contracts or arrangements we made, we might be able to make it.
But you can't-
If it's neutral. I mean, it's just, to me, it's gotta be.
it's going to be longer budget neutral, the longer, because you don't have someone new into that position that you're paying on. But the flip side would be, because this would be a great debate team to be on either side of this debate, is if your goal is to be totally budget neutral, which from a commissioner's fiduciary standpoint, of course, that would be, is to get to that level of being budget neutral going to be the incentive that you want to retain?
But I don't believe that we have trouble retaining, especially if their service continues and they're gonna increase their payments when they retire. I just think that this adds another leaf on that. It probably is not gonna help us. I think if they've gone that long, they're gonna stay as long as they want. I don't see where we add a new program, it's gonna help retain them more.
And we don't hold opinion. We're just trying to
I
prevent.
just, when I read through it and you explained it very well, and I just think that locking in at the day they join this really inhibits their MERS payment at that rate. Yes, they can get a lump sum at the end, but the longevity of the MERS payment, I think, would outweigh what they're gonna get at that lump sum. On a monthly basis.
I'm here to help facilitate whatever you want. If you want more, we're happy to. If you don't, we're fine too. If you want to wait till budget. Either way, I think we need to wait till the next administrator comes in. And Richard would agree with that.
Got 15 days.
I'm not working on it. No.
No, I guess one question I do have, if the county did decide to do this, is there a benefit, to Commissioner Bunning's point, he doesn't see it as a benefit in that sense. Does it hurt the county to implement something like this, even if nobody takes it, I guess?
Well, I wouldn't say hurt, no, but once you implement it and have it out there, you need to understand what it's going to do to your liability.
Okay.
Because would there be one person interested, or would there be 20? What if you've got someone that's well, you probably don't. If you had someone that's 25 or 50, mainly if you had 25 years and you're 55 and you feel for some reason you want to work till 60, and you do the numbers and that percentage it's going to be paid out is high enough. My threshold for where it should be compared to someone else's might be totally different. I can even in our internal discussions, I can tell you, Jen and I were on that Jen. She didn't voice. We were on opposite ends of what that percentage should be, in my opinion, to make it worthwhile. But-
My main question was just financially with that.
They're gonna run the
Okay.
actuarial based on everyone that's eligible so that you know.
Okay, so then we would.
Yep, not on who signs up. All that work, all of your decisions, actuarials are done before you would even open this up to the
And would
employees.
that be something we'd offer with every individual that would take it, or is that something just a policy we put in place?
You can do it by division, but I think your target audience, not that there was a specific target audience, but based on the target audience, I kind of am understanding you would have to do it for every division because you've got multiple departments spread across multiple. You can't just go to the clerk's office and say they're all in this division, or the sheriff, they're spread across multiple. I was looking at the list last night. So you'd want to do it on all divisions. I don't think you would want to start that
Right,
because you would eliminate some that you might be trying to entice.
right, no, I agree.
Does that help?
No, yeah, no, that answers some of my questions, so it's very complicated, I could ask a ton more, but.
I think, Michelle, we have heard from the sheriff that he feels like he's got a retention problem.
I thought he had a hiring problem.
I think he's got both.
Oh,
Because
gotcha.
he's talking to us about people moving to state police or Traverse City to make more money. And I heard him say it was a retention and a recruitment problem. I don't know if this would sound best.
Having worked in that line of work, for that department, I don't see that, because when you've gone into that jail or that prison for 25 years and you're going, gosh, is this ever gonna end? Because, it is pretty stressful, and, it's hard to have 25 years in service and not be eligible to retire for another 5 or 6 years. Because I've been there. That's why I did 30 years, because I couldn't retire at 25.
I've heard
Because I
both
wasn't old.
sides,
So,
I've heard-
it's both sides, and you suffer through that 5 years, but is it, to where if you're in a position where you're at, where, hey, I can do this for another 5 years and bank this money. But then you gotta look at, what are my raises gonna be in that? It's like drawing Social Security at 62 or 67. You look at those figures and say, wow, they look a lot different, but when you average it out at 78, it evens out, so,
So what's the general consensus of this board? Do you want to have continued discussion when Administrator Dyer comes on board? Because we gotta get some direction here, I guess, so.
Well, this is kind of introductory today. I think this is where I stand is, we'll wait for Mr. Dyer to come in. I think we presented it today. Employees are probably watching as usual. And let's see if there's feedback from the employees.
So
And if there's no feedback from employees, then we can move on.
So we'll wait till Mr. Dyer comes on board.
Can I just ask a general question from ignorance on the retirement program? If we have 25, whatever, 30 folks who are now eligible for retirement, but haven't retired. Are we better off having those employees not retire strictly from a financial standpoint in our retirement system? Or if they all retire at once, are we going to need to be contributing a lot more to our fund?
You will, because when you look at where, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
When you look at the groups that they're retiring from, not everyone has to work here 25 years to draw a pension. It can be 10 years, it can be 30 months, depending on where they're coming from here. But our new employees are going into a lower defined benefit than where, as a rule, our employees are retiring from. And Gen Z would know, because we've got the one group where I don't know if we have any active employees in that were. And so those costs are, they're shooting your liability up because there's no one.
So we're better off the longer folks stay, the better we are off pension wise?
Not necessarily.
No, because the employee that I hired is not making the money that the guys have been sitting there. for
Well,
25
pension
years.
wise is all I'm saying, because they're drawing from a pension.
Oh, the shorter they stay, sometimes the better it helps you because you're paying in and they're never going to get enough time into vest and draw against us.
We don't have to.
Well, anyways, I thought there was a yes or no there, but.
Right.
It really
I was
depends,
too
yeah,
optimistic.
it depends on the person, it depends on the position. It depends on a lot of things, like Michelle said, that she and I are on opposite sides of this. And I could see that if you had a 25-year employee that wants to leave in 3 years, if you initiated this and they decided to take it, their wages within that MERS program freeze. Whichever percentage then you that you offer. So like, let's say Michelle says she'd see 80%, let's say I say 50. That money goes into that very next month into their IRA or whatever that's in there. But now you as the county has saved, in essence, paying that person the full amount that they could draw tomorrow. So when we were discussing this, I know I'm going off track, but we were discussing this, I said, there's no way you can implement a program this way if it doesn't benefit the employee, the employer, and MERS. So when you choose your interest rate at 3% and MERS is making 11, the county's making that 8% because their money, let's say my money, is still sitting in there and you're reaping that benefit, but your actuarial hasn't actually changed because MERS already has me retired. See, so my FAC stopped everything, but you're getting my benefit that I'm still here. You haven't had to replace me. I'm still paying into my MERS or whatever, and you're still contributing to the plan, but mine is froze. And my payment is less than if I was to leave at the first of the month. So when it was brought forward, and Michelle, and when Rick mentioned it, I said, I've been around long enough to know that there's benefits in each pocket, you know. But when you have your actuarial, it's always a year behind. So like when we get our actuarial in June, it'll be for 2024. So you're kind of always working in that arrears sense. But when looking forward, if you froze those wages, you gave them 50, 60, 70, in her mind, 80%, because that's my incentive that when I leave in 3 years, that is mine. That I could have just said, hey, I'm done tomorrow, and you give me, or starts paying me my full amount. So that's when Michelle.
Right, you run out that bucket that might
That
have
bucket.
100, 150, 200,000. So that is enticing, but then you've got the flip side. When you're ready to go, you might just be ready to go. Because the person I know at MSP that did take, because after Commissioner Robbins brought it up, I did a little check-in with some of my friends. They signed up for the 5-year. They got to 3-year. They said, you can take my 20%. I can't do 2 more years. I'm out of here.
Who gets the 20%?
The county, it stays.
Goes back
Stays
in
with the county.
the pot.
But, yeah, it's, you know, you can't get something for nothing unless somebody's getting nothing for something, and that doesn't happen. So, I mean.
Well, one thing I had, then we can move on. We have, I'll use the sheriff department, because this was originally started at MSP, and it worked, they've had it for about 15 years now. And, you know, we have a couple deputies over there that put their letters in. Okay, they're young yet, some of them aren't even 55. They're gonna go get another job. And they may not have the benefits, because we don't offer the benefits, so it's kind of an incentive for some of them to look, yeah, we're gonna give some money at the end. But I still have a job, I have to go look for another job, I still get to keep my health benefits to get me closer to Medicare. So we gotta look at the big picture here,
Okay, well.
and then we retain their talent.
Right, okay, well, we had some discussion, we'll let Dyer continue that.
We'll just meet with him when he gets here. He'll be here in a couple weeks and. Well, and I just want to add, I don't want to belabor this. So what you're talking about the Medicare or Social Security age, all the contracts are a little bit different and all the divisions are. There is a reduction in their MERS benefit when they do get to that age where they can draw Social Security. But it does, yes, you are correct.
You're a young cop, you don't have.
So you want to look at that
25 years and
age.
They leave at 50,
Right.
they're looking at 12, 15-year window, but what am I gonna do?
You can do that.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Let us know if you have any questions because we can get them answered.
All right, next up, we have closed session. Is there a way to, does that have to be in the motion to move that? past
I
public
would put
comment?
it in the motion. Saw here, we heard last month, and it's probably a good idea that we can include in both of these motions that you have here, that they would take place after public comments. And on the second motion, it relates to David, the only individual that needs to be included is myself. Of course, the clerk's going to be in there anyways.
All right. Mr. Wilson?
I move to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners enter closed session after public comment to discuss strategy and negotiation for collective bargaining as permitted by MCL 15.2681C. The following individuals to be included in the closed session: Interim Administrator Richard Lewis, Finance Director Kathy Hartsfield, Chief Deputy Clerk Jennifer Zwicky, and HR Manager Jennifer Kane.
Second.
All right, motion support. Do the roll call.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder. Commissioner Mulder is absent. Commissioner Bunnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walter.
Yes.
6-0.
All right. Can we do the second one right away?
Yes,
Second one?
please.
All right. So do it, Mr. Campbell.
I'm gonna read this out loud, I guess. I move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners enter closed session under MCL 15.2681E to consult with its attorney regarding pending litigation, which if discussed in open session would have a detrimental effect on the litigation or settlement position of the county and the matter of Bay Area Transportation Authority versus Grand Traverse County and Leelanau County. Circuit Court Case 24-36928-CZ.
And you're okay with that after public comment? Are you okay with it?
Yeah, oh, did I not say that?
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
you did not.
After public comment, I'm sorry.
And
Seconds go to that.
All right.
And that Interim Administrator Richard Lewis is invited, is to be included. I know.
Our administrator will be there and is invited.
Support. All right, support is fine with that. Go ahead with the roll.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Commissioner Walter,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder,
Yes.
Elvire is absent, and Commissioner Bunnick.
Yes.
6-0.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have review of financials.
So do we do the review of my financials or just move public comment up?
I just following the order on the agenda here.
I just follow the order on the agenda, then once public comments, then we'll go into closed session.
So we just
Oh,
go down. the
okay.
agenda.
Okay.
I'm here for any questions and on invoices and claims and accounts or post audit. I'm thinking these are pretty typical. I don't have anything to bring to your attention of any particular concern.
Anybody have any questions?
It's like usual, I have a comment to just say, I appreciate you pulling out things that might be, I mean, I'm not very adept at what would be there every year at March, or I sure do appreciate that part of what you're doing. Thank you.
And we're in audit. The audit started last week with remote. Yeah, we sent a lot of records ahead and they started last Wednesday, Thursday, and they're on site in the building for this week. And I'm very appreciative to my staff, Elizabeth Gray, for the work she does to keep us going forward and the work she did to prepare for the audit, as well as Mike Berkmeyer. We are on track with them. So it's been a great process so far, and we'll see where it ends at the end of the week.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have special reports by staff, commissioners, and affiliated agencies.
Yeah, one thing. Ed, real quick, In my travels, I run into a lot of people and I ran into Sheriff Shea and I was talking to him down in Grand Traverse County. And they're having a problem with their jail down there with the population and trying to retain correctional officers. They lost 5 in 1 week and I just was told that Grand Traverse has 54 inmates being housed in Harrison, Michigan, which is Clare County, which is almost 90 miles away. So doing that, I'm thinking, we're the neighbors, and we're all supposed to get along and help each other. I reached out to the sheriff, the undersheriff, and Lieutenant Crouch and said, hey, what can we do? We got a jail over here with 6 inmates. And so by communicating with everybody, we were able to, Sheriff Borkovich and the undersheriff and Roush agreed to take on a minimum right now, 15, maybe up to 20 inmates. And so I think the first 15 just got moved up here to help out Grand Traverse. And that is generating right now $525 a day for us and about $3,700 a month. So by communicating with other counties and all that, we were able to help our department out over here.
All right. Any other reports? All right, not, we're on to public comment. You have 5 minutes. Yes, sir.
Chairman Yoder, members of the board, thank you. My name is Rick Cross. I live in northern Leelanau County. My wife would like to be here today, but she's at work. I'm a teacher and I guess I'm here to give you some homework. I'm asking that you read this book. It's a simple read. It's only 890 pages. It's Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. It became very controversial during the election because the president said that he didn't know anything about it and hadn't read it. And others couldn't see how that could possibly be. My wife and I like the truth, so we decided we better get the book. The book wasn't easy to get. It was only available from the publisher. It took us 6 weeks to get it. We both read it twice. It's currently not available in any library in Leelanau County. You can't get it through interagency. You can't get it on Amazon. You can get 12 books on Amazon that tell you what this book says from different points of view, but you can't get the book itself, which is ridiculous because I told you I'm a teacher. This is an extremely well-written book. It's very well organized and it's at about a 10th grade reading level. So any reasonable person ought to be able to comprehend it and understand it. Why should we read it? Well, because it is a significant part of the plan and it's being implemented on a daily basis. You can see that my wife and I have put tabs in here. There's 65 tabs. We have 40 more to go. We ran out of tabs. What we did is we took parts of this book and we tied it to this chart that we've made. And what this chart does is to tie the language in this book directly to either the Federal Register or to mandates coming from the White House in terms of executive orders and those that are coming out of different agencies. In many cases, the executive order language is word for word language that's coming from some of these tabs in this book. So anyone that wants to argue that this isn't happening to us and that this isn't the plan is just being foolish. These aren't small things. These aren't obscure things that are happening in agency and federal government that probably none of us would ever care or know about. There are changes here that are going to fundamentally weigh our society structures and lives our lives. And we live our lives. I will tell you that there are things in here I wholeheartedly support. There are things in here that I guarantee you, if you haven't read this book, you don't know that are in here. And there are things in here to which I personally object and others might. But it is a comprehensive, extremely well-written. If you look at the first 15 pages, all it is the people who wrote this book. They are something. They are highly educated, well-trained, extremely experienced people who understand government, how it works to its complete detail. And they have very direct points of view in terms of what changes should be made. And they are changing on a daily basis. In the Federal Register last week, we came up with 14 more tabs. And many of them were word for word. I don't see, with all due respect, I don't see as a board who is supposed to lead our county and for you to lead us, that you can do that effectively without knowing it's in this book. So I'm just here to tell you some things are important and some aren't. This book's important. It's changing our lives. And I'm here to respectfully ask you to read it. Thank you very much.
Who's the author? Would you?
The author is the Heritage Foundation. The foreword is by a man named Kenneth Roberts. 16 of the authors of this book are currently serving in at very high capacity in Donald Trump's cabinet. If you read the book and you read the executive orders, if you had to learn Latin, it's verbatim. So the
Name of the book again.
The name of the book is Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. And the nickname for it is Project 25, the Presidential Transition Project. Hard book to get. Libraries don't have it yet. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other public comment? Kowski?
Good afternoon, Steve Mikowski, Lake Leelanau. The speakers, we're in the back row. The speakers are still not quite loud enough for us to totally hear back there. I mean, it's coming through, but we need, I think, we need a little bit more volume. Couple of things, the observations that we have regarding over 35 years of attending these meetings. We want to just repeat what we've done before with this commission. Networks Northwest is a shadow government. If you need more information, you can call me. It's a shadow government created by 10 counties. Chip seal on roads. If you don't want to listen to good radio music, don't drive on those roads for at least 6 months. The Leland Sewer Project, the performance of county commissions and the County Board of Public Works and the Leland Township Board. It was a terribly poorly designed, poorly constructed, poorly engineered project. The County Commission, and the Township Board, and the Board of Public Works delayed following up to remedy the things with the contractors and the engineers. They specifically waited until after 7 years passed the statute of limitations. And they said so. So if we look to performance from governing bodies like yourselves, we really, from experience, know very well that we're not going to get much support of the people. In fact, the County Commission and the Board of Public Works approved and were enjoying the township suing us to connect to the sewer, even though we didn't need a sewer. And no law required the township to sue us. On another thing, we saw 2 items missing from the agenda today. And we'll be making this request until this board takes some action or at least has a serious discussion about it. The first is
how Leelanau County will fix or cure people's lack of access to meetings due to time schedules. We gave a report on that a month ago, how deficient that is for ordinary people to attend meetings. The second item that must be handled is an apology resolution for the harm and damage done by prior commissions to the clerk and the financial staff and to taxpayers for wasting $1 million it was called the clerk ruling decision. We're concerned that commissioners are choosing not to address this at this point. Mr. Chairman, I address this to you also. These two must be addressed. Otherwise, we will leave a very peculiar legacy for these commissions in the future. Thank you.
Keith Badoon, I live Leelanau Township. I live in a neighborhood that has a county road that goes through it. It's a public road. Our neighborhood was informed that because our road is so bad, it needs to be reconstructed. But we're going to be required to pay 1/4 of the cost. Now, I don't drive on Cherry Bend Road, but apparently that's going to be fully funded to be replaced, refixed, or rebuilt, whatever. So I feel that our neighborhood's being discriminated against, even though we have a very high tax base comes out of our neighborhood, that our neighborhood's being discriminated against because we have to pay 1/4 of the cost. If we're one county, one big happy family, why do certain roads get covered completely? And our neighborhood, we have to come up with 1/4 of the cost. So that's a big concern of mine, that we are being discriminated against, even though we do pay a lot of taxes in our neighborhood, that why we have to pay 1/4 of the cost. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes.
Wiesner, Elmwood Township, and again, only way to have no fraud. Can't be guaranteed at all now. That one person, one ballot, one vote, one day. Very easy to accomplish too. The sign says the same thing, Dominion machines, ES&S, Hart. They found all to skew the cast vote records. Simply get rid of the machines and have paper ballots where we're all friends in Leelanau County and everybody knows that the election is honest. The handout that I just handed out is 3 questions that I've asked of our county clerk, Michelle, and these should be answered publicly too. This has been brought up many times. The first question regarding the cast vote records, this is what happens. Tossing a dice, it should be right along that line. This one is where it should be, inside the cone. That's normal. It ain't natural to have this going on. This one is not natural. It's not following the law of large numbers where it quickly finds the average and the end point. This is like a cruise control on a car. And what happens, the cheating occurs in the first bar graph there. That's where in this case, the Republican votes were diminished. This is the true vote in the middle. That's the way it should be. So what happens? Then you get the average where the true vote wasn't met, it was lowered. And this vote is a true blue vote in this case, and it was raised. That's not right. And that happened in 168 of like 200 counties. And so these questions should be answered publicly. What about the cast vote records? Michelle said, and I thank her for it, she's going to talk to her elections source. So I'm waiting for that one. We need to know how they explain the cast vote records being so skewed. The second question was on the Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of Election Source who deals in Michigan. This has happened in Berry County. They admitted it. There's a back door to the machines. This should be answered publicly too, not by just the county clerk, but every township and village clerk. People deserve to know, is there a back door? This should be public information and it should be brought up. And the third one is looking, and these are all on my website, top article on the election, looking at Leelanau and Antrim County, totally unexpected, 34% in Leelanau, 34 or 42, depending on if you go by the presidential only, or if you go by elections back to 2010, which is what I did. And Grand Traverse was bigger yet, 44.6. It's not on this chart. Answer these questions publicly. I forgot to press, so you have to tell me on the time. Wait, no, I just open it. There we go. Okay. The second one is the, on page 2, the excerpts from 100% proof. There's 6 paragraphs there. I put them all together, the main points. Instead of 5 pages, it's only on parts of 2. Read those. It's incredible what happened. And it's this chart. Yeah, that's the one. You can see this is normal over here. And that happened in every other county in Colorado except for Arapahoe. The Republicans said, no, we don't want higher taxes. The Democrats said, no, we do, and we want to give the money away here. But in Arapahoe, they were identical there. And how did that happen? Add question number 4. And the 5th one is one, okay, here we go. Lois Bailey, I was talking to her. She was humble, said, okay, I trust the elections are honest. I lost by 6 votes. I don't like it, but I'm settled with it. Everyone should like their elections. But this one, all these Democrats saying there was problems. And all of a sudden, after the 2020 election, there are no more problems. That's another, nobody can answer that, why they're all quiet now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would there be an objection if we just continue the rest of the comments for the financials and just before adjourn, or we go into closed session? We don't have to keep gapping them here. Or are we allowed to do that based on the motion that was done or not?
Well, the motion was for after public comment, so.
Okay.
But there's nobody here.
Change your agenda.
Yeah. Nobody here to argue with us. We want to change the agenda.
Jim's here. No, you're gonna argue?
No, I'm
Do we have
not.
public, you have public comment yet?
Well, no, the only thing I wanted to mention, I didn't publicly thank Rick for doing the bargain beating here on the truck, so thanks for finding a bargain. You know, and hopefully we can, oh, and also thanks for working with the sheriff on the inmates too. That's good.
Okay, so we won't see you for 3 more months.
Yeah, is that?
No, I just gotta put up with it for 3 more weeks. That's all I got.
All right, have fun.
All right, yep.
I don't have my Robert's Rules of Order book here, but I would feel a lot better based on your motion if you would go into your closed session
Oh,
and come out and come back in how you're going to do this. So we're going into closed session right now for the negotiations, and we're coming out and we're going back into beta.
Well, we can stay in there.
We're gonna stay in
But we just
there.
have some,
And
so
then-
several people have to come out.
Do both at the same time.
Okay, we'll just excuse those meetings.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Could we take a 5-minute break in?
I need one, so. What room are we meeting in? Oh, in there? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll.
Life is just a touch. Well, decaf or where are you going? Decaf. I'm going to touch it right. Just a touch.
You guys
Ready? Yep, I'm ready. Back in motion. Back.
We move out of closed session.
Support. All right, supported by Commissioner Bunny. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, the only action that we are taking is regarding the closed session of Bay Area Transportation Authority versus Grand Traverse County and Leelanau County Circuit Court Case number 24-369-CZ. And the motion I would recommend to you is that I recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners authorize legal counsel to take action as discussed in the closed session of today of March 11th, 2025.
I make that motion.
All right, is there support?
I'll support it.
Supported by Commissioner
What
Campbell.
he said.
Well, that's what I heard y'all say.
All right, discussion. Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0. All right, next up, we have commission comments. Nothing? Next up, all right, approval of financials.
Moved right through that. We did that's smart.
Amendments and transfers, nothing else.
We don't have anything.
You will next week.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just need claims and accounts and post audit.
I make a motion that we approve claims and accounts for $136,397.23.
Or
All right, motion made, supported by Commissioner Wessel, discussion. Not all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0.
And I make a motion that we approve post audit $2,546,486.79.
or
Supported by Commissioner Wessel, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 5-0. Return.
Thank you.